chair, Amrit Mann, who's not well. It's now 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Yeah, 5 p.m. So I'd like to welcome you all to this virtual meeting of Hounslow's Planning Committee. I would like to welcome the members of the committee who are sitting this evening, as well as council officers who will be assisting members throughout the meeting. In addition, I would like to welcome members of the public who are watching this meeting at home. The way this meeting will work will be that as chair, I will be running the meeting and inviting people to speak. As it is very easy for people to speak over each other in meetings like this, I will ask each member or officer to speak in turn at the appropriate stage. This will mean that there would not normally be a need for people to interrupt or ask to speak. However, I shall make sure that members have ample opportunity to ask questions and make comments on the reports and applications before them. The exception to this arrangement will be legal committee or planning officers who may turn on their microphone to alert me to any legal, governance or planning issues that need addressing, although I'd expect this to be rare. In addition, we have a producer of the meeting from our ICT department who will also be in contact with me if necessary, but I think it's unlikely if all goes well, as we hope it will. The etiquette for members of the committee and for officers who are expecting to speak will be to mute your microphones until you're asked to speak. This means that only one person will be speaking at a time and there will be no background noise, making it easier for us all to follow the meeting and also for those watching from home. I will also ask members always to say who they are when they make a contribution and to speak slowly and clearly for the same reason. We have 14 members of the Planning Committee with us here this evening, and it is we who will be making the decisions. Officers of the council will provide assistance and advice as required, but the final decisions will be made by members. I would now like to introduce each of the members here tonight one by one. I will start by my name. I am Councillor Richard Foote. I'm the chair of this committee for this evening. And I'm also ward councillor for Hamworth Ward. So I'm now going to move to invite each member to speak. So I'll start with Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'm Councillor Samia Chowdhury, Cabinet Member for Leisure Services, Hamworth Ward Councillor and Member of Planning Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Right. I now move to Councillor Collins.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Councillor Mel Collins, or Melvin Collins, and I represent Brentford Ward on the council and a member of the Planning Committee.
Okay, thank you, Mel. I'll go to Councillor Dennis.
Oh, good evening. My name is Councillor Dennis. I am a member of this committee and I am the councillor for Chiswick Riverside Ward.
Right. Thank you, Michael. Councillor Ajmer Gariwal.
Hello, good evening. I'm Councillor Ajmer Gariwal. I'm a member of the Planning Committee and I represent Hounslow Central Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pritam Gariwal.
Hello, everyone. I represent Hounslow Central Ward. My name is Councillor Pritam Gariwal, member of this committee and also a cabinet member for customer service and corporate performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Pritam. Councillor Shivrav Gariwal.
Good evening. My name is Councillor Shivraj Grewal and I am a councillor for Heston Central, as well as I am the chief whip for the Labour group and I am on the committee, on the planning committee as well.
Thank you, Shivraj. Councillor Gurung.
Good evening, all. My name is Vishnu Bahadur Gurung. I'm the member of the planning committee and councillor for Hanot Park Ward. Thank you.
Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Guy Lambert. I'm a member of the Planning Committee and councillor for Brentford Ward and a cabinet member for Waste and Recycling, Highways and Trading Companies. Thanks.
Thank you, Guy. Councillor Malik.
Khalik Malik, representing Cranford Ward and member of Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Councillor Mir.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hina Mir. I'm representing Felton West and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Hina. Councillor Shaheen.
Hi, I'm Councillor Salman Shaheen. I'm Councillor for Isleworth Ward, also the Chair of the Isleworth and Brentford Area Forum, and I'm a member of this planning committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Salman. Councillor Todd.
Hi, Councillor John Todd, a member of Planning Committee and a councillor for Chiswick Homefields.
Thank you, John. And Councillor Umair.
Hi there, Councillor Mohammed Umair, Councillor for Felton West Ward and a member of the Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mohammed. Right, that's all of our members who are here present this evening. So I'm now going to ask each officer who's expected to speak at the meeting in turn to introduce themselves. So I've got first Matthew Rees.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matthew Rees. I'm the Head of Development Management and I'll be presenting the items tonight.
Shane Baker.
Good evening. I'm Shane Baker. I'm the Planning Officer for the Homebase application.
Right, thanks. Kiri Shuttleworth.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Kiri Shuttleworth, Principal Strategic Planner and the Case Officer for the Tesco application.
And I think Rob Heslop is Transport Officer tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, that's correct, Chair. Rob Heslop, Team Leader for Transport Planning and Road Safety, providing transport support to the committee.
And I believe we do have some officers from housing as well that will help if needed. Right, so if each officer, sorry, Chair, to invite the legal, I'll now move on to the legal governments themselves. So Patrick, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Patrick Kelly, and I'm the legal advisor for this evening's meeting.
Thank you, Patrick. Wendy Mary.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'm Wendy Mary. I'm from Democratic Services.
Right, and finally, but not least, Jaspal Sandhu.
Good evening, Chair. I'm Jaspal Sandhu, and I'm here from Democratic Services.
Right, thank you, Jaspal. Right, so if you can all, the officers can, I think you already have turned off your cameras, haven't you? Muted. We also have officers acting on a producing role for the technical side of the meeting, but as they're not expecting to be involved in the discussion of the meeting, I will thank them for their help, but will not actually introduce them. Right. So has everybody muted your microphone? You got yours on, John. Right, well done, John. Thanks. Okay. Right, members of the public are reminded that the agenda and all the reports being considered by the committee tonight can be found on the council website under the Planning Committee meetings page. So if you want to see them, that is where to look. I also want to make sure that all members have seen the agenda and reports. Please now speak if you've not had them. Any comments? Nobody? Everybody got them? Good. Yep. I'll assume they've all been had. Right, okay. I would like to remind members of the need to hear all of the evidence in each report we are considering tonight. This is a legal requirement. I will be asking you to confirm you've heard the whole debate before you vote on any matter of this evening. If you should find you're having technical problems and need to log out of the meeting and come back in again, please let me know immediately. Ideally beforehand, but certainly after, if not afterwards, by turning on your microphone. This would be a permitted interruption. We can then decide how far we need to recap, if that's not necessary, if that is necessary. However, obviously, if the member misses some of it, then they will not be able to take part, or misses a good section of it, will not be allowed to take part in the vote. Finally, I say to any member of the public listening or watching, thank you for joining us this evening. We hope the meeting will go well, but any virtual meetings may suffer from unexpected technical hitches. so please bear with us. I should also clarify that this meeting is being recorded and will be made available on the Council's YouTube channel in the next few days. Contributors to the meeting are asked to remember they will therefore be included in the recording of these public meetings. Right, I now move on to the items on the agenda. We will be taking the two reports together, although we will vote separately for each development. So the two will be taken together. I'm going to go. I've apologies for absence. I've already said that Amit Man is unwell and is sent in his apologies. I confirm that the quorum for this committee tonight is 4, although there should be 15 of us present, 14 present. So the meeting can proceed, assuming there are 4 or more members present. If we drop below the 4, and I don't expect that to happen, but if we were to drop below the 4, then the meeting would have to be deferred. I'm going to introduce Patrick on the declarations of interest here. Are you, Patrick?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make a brief statement to the committee. So this is just to remind members of the committee that they need to make known any pecuniary interests and any other interests related to the items before the committee this evening. Member with a disclosable pecuniary interest related to an item under discussion this evening must withdraw from the meeting and not participate in discussions and debate or vote. On the issue of predetermination and bias, planning issues must be fairly assessed and on their planning merits, and the decision-making process must be seen to be fair and impartial. Members need to avoid any appearance of bias or having predetermined views when making a decision. It is important not to have a closed mind. Members must be open to listening to all the arguments and changing their minds in light of the information presented at the meeting. A member of the committee who has predetermined the position should withdraw from the meeting. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Patrick. Right, now I'm going to ask if there is any member that needs to make a declaration or to make any other communication, please speak now if you wish to do so. I'm assuming that just about every member has had communications from various people by emails, etc. So we'll take those as read. Okay. But if there are any other issues that are there, then you need to declare that now.
We've all, Chair, it's me, Councillor Samia Chowdhury. We all have received definitely emails because I've received all the emails and communications as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be common to all of us. So I'm saying that goes as I said. That doesn't mean anybody's going to be disbarred because they've received them. So right, we move on. So we now move on to the planning applications for this evening, which is home-based Scion Lane and Tesco.
Can I come back?
I'm sorry, somebody's speaking.
Yeah, that's me, Chair. I also received a hard copy of the objector through Council Tony Luki. Thank you.
We all received that as well, Chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all received that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Did.
Right. So we go on now. No other declarations, is there? Right. So we've got the two items which we'll say we're going to take together, and the speakers will be speaking on these issues. Will be first the 3 ward councillors who will have 5 minutes each, followed by Ogra, who will have 10 minutes shared between all of the members. And then there's a second group, and don't have a title for that second group, but they will also have 10 minutes shared by all of the members of that group. Okay. And then the developer later in the meeting will have 20 minutes, which matches the two 10-minute sessions, so it's balanced. So on that particular point, this is going to be a very long meeting. I've been very generous with the times that I've allocated to speakers, and I'd ask you to recognise that, and recognise that when your 10 minutes is nearly up, Patrick will give you a 30-second warning to that effect, and that should be taken to sum up. And then at the end of that 30 seconds, I expect you to have ceased speaking. If anybody does continue to speak, then our technical officers have been instructed to mute that, so we've got it all equal amongst everyone. So that will be the situation. So I ask you to respect those rules. As I say, we've been very generous and given you a lot more than is normally available. May I remind all members, officers and public speakers at this meeting to introduce themselves each time they speak, and also to turn off their microphones when they've finished speaking. It is also important to speak slowly and clearly so that everyone can understand what you're saying. Finally, if you are making reference to any agenda documentation, please give the page and paragraph details. Chair, moving on. So, as I've said, we're going to be looking at both of these together, the applications, but the vote will be separate. So I now move to the situation where I ask the ward councillors to make their presentations. I don't know which order you've decided to do it in, but I was told that all three would be speaking. Is that correct? Have we got the three ward councillors here?
Yes, Councillor Easton will be going first, followed by myself, followed by Councillor Leakey. Okay,
that's fine. Thank you very much. Right, okay, Councillor Easton, your time starts now. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, there are some slides which either Kerry or Wendy was going to put on screen. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, councillors. The two planning applications that you have before you this evening are for two large, scarce, strategic plots of land. What is built on these sites will be landmarks which will mark this part of our borough for the next century or more. I don't envy the decision you have to make this evening, but please, please only approve these applications if you are 100% sure that they are the best legacy we can provide for future generations. We are all committed to providing decent homes for borough residents. We all understand and support the need for new homes. However, these need to be the right type and quality to meet local needs now and into the future. Unfortunately, these two schemes are not right. I'm going to give you 3 reasons why these proposals all fall short and therefore must not be approved this evening. Next slide, please. Firstly, affordable housing. These schemes only offer 35% affordable housing, and this is contrary to our local council local plan policy SC2, which requires 40%, contrary to the new London plan policy H4, which is 50% genuinely affordable, and it's contrary to the existing Hounslow local plan, or to the local plan review GWC2, which also requires 50%. We must not waste these strategic sites by allowing anything less than 50% genuinely affordable housing. On this point alone, you cannot approve these applications. Next slide, please. These schemes, housing mix, these schemes propose over 2,100 flats in over 20 tower blocks up to 17 stories high. The Hounslow Local Plan Review, which we approved at Borough Council in November, says we expect developments to provide a range of unit sizes in proportions reflecting local need. Table 1 from page 43 of that of the Local Plan Review sets out the range of unit sizes and proportions for local need, and you've got that on screen. You'll see there that it is predominantly 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom plus properties which are needed, whereby the proposals before you this evening only have a fraction of the need of the required larger properties. Home-based site 14% and the Tesco site 19%. So so this housing mix is contrary to London Plan Policy H10, Local Policy SC1, and Local Plan Review Policy GWC2. Next slide, please. Third point is that is about housing quality and standards. The proposals presented do not provide the degree of amenity space do not provide a communal outdoor amenity space sufficient for the number of residents that are going to be in these properties. In short, there is nowhere on the home-based site where residents can kick a football around. And you'll see in later presentations the distance from any public parks. There's also significant deficiency in terms of the design of the buildings, including the single aspect, the number of properties which have single aspect or even north-facing single aspect. Yes, and again, this does not conform with London Policy Plan D6. Next slide, please. So finally, I ask, are these proposals going to provide decent homes for Hounslow's residents? Do these proposals make Hounslow a better place? Would you be proud to put your name on these plans? I strongly believe that these do not. There's insufficient affordable housing. The housing mix does not meet local needs, and the poor quality design. So unless you are 100% confident that these are in these proposals, I humbly ask you to defer or refuse his application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Chowdhury, are you ready?
No, thank you.
No, Unsa, sorry, I'm talking.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I've got slides as well.
Chowdhury.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
And is it possible to know 30 seconds before the end?
Yeah, that's what Patrick, I think, will. So you did tell Richard that it was 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry, I heard 10.
Yeah, no, it's 30 seconds. So she gives you a chance to wind up. But yeah, fine. Okay, off you go. And then your time starts as soon as you start.
Okay. Good evening, Planning Committee members, officers and members of the public. I'm Councillor Chowdhury and I'm here to express my strong concerns on the two developments proposed for Austin Spring Grove. Transport and infrastructure are significant concerns for this site. We get that this is an opportunity area and welcome some form of development, but the balance in this situation is not right. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, transport. We know that TfL have assigned a PTEL, so public transport accessibility level rating of just above 1 in Osterley, compared to above 4 in Feltham and 6 in Hounslow. The planning report states most of the site is a 2, and at best will be 3 after work has been done. However, if we think about the West London Orbital, TfL doesn't have the money to complete this scheme, and the scheme is not featured in any manifesto. Southall Link, again, where is the money for that? It seems like pie in the sky. I don't know about you, but the density that we have put here before us today, I wouldn't call this sustainable development. The number of cycle spaces are well and good, but apart from fairly average tracks along the Great West Road, the road isn't safe and air quality is not great. While the developers may talk about a reduced level of parking for the development, the sheer number of units combined with a poor PTEL will force occupiers to park in neighbouring streets, impacting on residents' amenity. Is it right that residents who live here today should experience a CPZ in a few years just because of poor planning? Reviewing the traffic studies, the report talks of much longer queues than observed at present and suggests that the impact on the local road network may be significant. Can we really call this a green recovery when we'll be creating greater congestion if the scheme is approved? Hounds of cycling seem to suggest otherwise. This is one of the many issues with the traffic element, and it's interesting that TfL do not believe the developer on the number of servicing trips for this site with potentially illegal on-street servicing. The developers speculate that COVID may reduce transport usage. Well, TfL predict transport usage is going to increase from the pre-COVID baseline, and in 2025. It's convenient that this scheme seems to start occupying at that same time, yet doesn't reflect that in its modelling. And again, on the flip side, the significant increase in driving has not been adequately modelled. Some might call that having your Tesco meal deal and eating it. OSG currently has over 10,000 residents. This proposal will almost double the size. Where is the capacity to support this? If you travel by tube in a normal year to Osterley or Boston Manor, you will see the train go by, the train go by, the train go by. You can't get on because it's packed. How are we going to increase this capacity for more than 6,000 people? If you travel by Zion Lane, again, you will see it's overcrowded. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. So if you take a look at this map, this shows how far things are. If we take some form of development on this site, show me the infrastructure, we can see that there is no 15-minute neighbourhood. Osterley Tube Station is 22 minutes away, Boston Manor 32 minutes away. Where is the nearest mixed faith, non-faith school, which is what parents are after? There isn't. It's currently not in existence. The nearest GP is 25 minutes if you go to Brentford, or 30 minutes if you go to Isleworth. The nearest dentist, 18 minutes. And these are all oversubscribed. So again, where's the infrastructure? In 2025, do we really want to tell our constituents they can't get a GP appointment or a school place because the inadequate scheme was approved without the proper infrastructure? This report relies on the goodwill of the developer to provide a surgery at some point, something neither offered or guaranteed. As some would say, jam tomorrow. While talking about infrastructure, it would be amiss of me not to reference the significant underprovision in communal amenity space on the home-based podium. 4,928 square metres, significantly below the 9,244 square metres. And what do they suggest? They suggest that 237 children go over half a mile away to the other side of the railway track and into Brentford. How is that right? So, turning to the decision before you today, committee, this committee report shows that this scheme is not right in its current form. The developers have the time to go away and make it right. Next slide, please. If you do wish to approve this, then I urge you to put in a granting condition in place. This will allow us to have the right infrastructure in place. It will support our residents and our future residents. And you need to ask yourself, is this the right proposal? Are you 100% sure that as this development stands, it's appropriate? If there is even any doubt, then I ask you to reject this proposal or defer it until a more suitable proposal is put forward. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Right, now I go to Councillor Tony. Yeah, right, Tony, Councillor Lukey.
Okay, I've got some slides as well. I'd like my time to start when the slides go up, please.
Yeah, that's quite all right, Tony. Well, you won't be started till you're ready to go. Right, off you go, Tony.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I've tried to comprehend the hurry to approve these schemes, the largest we have ever seen in such a small geographical space, larger than the Ballinmore-Brentford project, which is a bona fide regeneration plan, long in discussion and consultation. Bigger than the Brentford Community Stadium scheme, plus its blocks, but with fewer local facilities and impacting more established residential neighbourhoods. Members of the local community have taken a keen interest in the development and tried to communicate their views to the developer. They feel that there's been virtually no change in the proposal since the applicant's planning presentation event in July last year. I was Chair of Planning and Transport when the former biscuit factory was proposed as a Tesco site in 1994. During the application stage, the council sought and obtained more from the developer to ameliorate the store's impact on residents and local services, but tonight it appears that our tummies are being tickled. Tonight, members of the Planning Committee are being asked to approve schemes with scant benefit for local communities, apart from a few pieces of play equipment in a neighbourhood across the railway line, half a mile away. Look at paragraph 8.292. I can't give you the page number because the reports are not paginated. 175 pages per report, not paginated. This is not good. This is no remedy for a lack of on-site recreational space for young people and its distance half a kilometre away in Scion Ward ignores the need for new communities to integrate and socialise with existing residents. Community infrastructure levy will be too little to compensate for the shortfall in transport, health and recreational provision, in addition to the meagre elements in the plan, in the proposals. For the home-based site, paragraph 11.5, no page number, the SIL amounts are 11.1 million for Hounslow and 4.2 for London. Never ever enough to pay for a safe, healthy and sustainable neighbourhood. The second report quotes an estimated 21.2 million for Hounslow and 9.3 for London for the current Tesco site, but this will be piecemeal because it's an outline and not guaranteed during the further 10-year period. However it is presented, this development would be an adjunct to the Northumberland estate, not the Great West Corridor. Because of its largely residential neighbour, it has little in common with the rest of the stretch to Chiswick Roundabout. Each officer's report contains at least 175 unnumbered pages, making it difficult to follow the references. Paragraph 8 of the home-based report has 501 sub-paragraphs. Think of that. Show me the first 3 slides, please, in quick succession. Stay there, thank you. Comments and objections from a number of parties from paragraph 6.5 onwards have not been fully assessed. The first Osterley Scout had more analysis, comment and response. There's none of that in this report. Why not? This does not give you council members of the planning committee enough space to understand the document. Cleaning the lights inside the Gillette corner. Paragraph 6.5, Transport for London maintains its reservations on both, but particularly the home-based scheme. The committee cannot approve this proposal without solid, acceptable and safe pedestrian, cycle, bus and rail arrangements. Cleaning the lights inside the Gillette Corner subway is no substitute for pedestrian safety and convenience. It's in the report, read it. People have clamoured for surface crossings here for years. There is much more to say on transport issues, but Councillor Chowdhury has covered a fair bit already. Can I have the next slide, please? Paragraph 8.163, short shrift is given to the independent design review panel's assessment, critical of both schemes. They say, we are still certain that the footprint of Tesco is compromising your ability to provide public realm that is good enough in character or scale for this quantum of new housing. We would like to see a clearer vision for the 2 sites and commitment to delivering the at-grade crossing. That's a road level crossing at Gillette, which is the first essential piece of the wider master plan. They maintain their concerns about limited and unmanageable amenity space and safety. And this drawing of paragraph 8.287, if published to scale, we would understand how potentially unsafe these cut-throughs between blocks are likely to be, however much fresher.
30 seconds.
Next slide, please. The design review panel also spotted the strange talk of a semi-dual aspect flats. Half of dual is 1, resulting in no through draft in a location where summers will get hot. Over 20% of the home-based units will have this feature, just 1 window or 1 aspect, whichever way it's looked at. Next slide, please. Along this scheme, limiting light to more than a quarter of potential new occupants, I am concerned with the existing 20 properties at Northumberland Gardens opposite. Go on then, I'll finish there.
Thank you, Tony. Right. I'm going to invite any members of the committee if they have any questions of the councillors at this stage.
Chair, Councillor Khalid Malik.
Yes, colleague.
Thank you. Can I move to Councillor Tony Luki to complete his
No,
speech?
I'm not accepting that. No, I'm sorry. That will upset all of the balancing on time. I can't accept it. The members were told of their times and their limitations, so I cannot accept that move. You can ask a question, but that's not a question. That's a resolution.
Thank you.
So do you have a question, Khalid Malik?
No, thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Mohammed Umair. Just going back to the slide Councillor Luki had on the lighting, the BRE. Could I just go back to that?
If it's a question, yeah.
It is. I just wanted to confirm the point that he was making on there'll be a loss of light, complete loss of light, or whether it was a partial loss of light to for those percentage of residents.
Thank you, Mohammed. It would be an up to 40% loss of light for the 20 low-level maisonettes that have been there for 90 years across the road. Because this has always been a low-level development at the home base site and previously at the old Isleworth winery site. So there will be a lot of loss of light there, as well on this stretch, as well as other parts of the neighbourhood. Thank you for asking the question.
So just to clarify, is that complete loss of light during the day, or is that certain hours from the morning to a certain time in the afternoon?
Well, the report suggests a 40% loss, a 40% loss of light. These houses, these flat maisonettes, face northeast. So the sun comes up in the east, and the nature of these maisonettes, you've got 2 bedrooms at the front upstairs, one at the front downstairs. So if you look at the table there, you will see how many rooms are affected, not just on Northumberland Gardens, but also at Rothbury Gardens, and I dare say also at Hexham Gardens.
Yeah, Tony, can you stick to the question, please?
Well, it's about light. It's about light, Chair.
No, you're expanding it into other properties.
Well, these are properties in the neighbourhood, Chair, and they're on the list there. Okay, they're on that table.
Right. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Chair.
Sorry, who's that?
Hi, it's Councillor Shaheen. I and also Shivraj Garewal have also put our hands up in the box. But would you rather we just called out? Is it easier for you to shout if you want to ask questions?
Just at this stage, just
okay.
Call out.
Sure.
Yeah.
No. My question for the councillors is: there's a lot of the objectors to these schemes have said 17 stories is too high. 6 stories would be our absolute maximum limit. Now, to the 3 councillors, are you all united in saying 6 is our absolute maximum limit? Do you agree with all of those objectors, or are there differences among you, or is there room to compromise? Obviously, there's a huge difference between 17 stories and 6 stories. Is there anything you would go up to above 6?
Yeah, it's Councillor Easton.
Well, yeah, for both sides, we're taking this all as one, aren't we? In a discussion.
Sorry, is that being answered by anyone?
Yes, Richard started, so I'll let him finish.
Yeah. From my point of view, 6 is the red line. Open-minded about looking at other schemes, but at this stage, 6 is the red line, and totally supporting our residents on that point.
You go next, sir.
Go for it, Tony.
Well, yeah, 6 is our maximum. Throughout the discussions on the local plans, Councillor Shaheen and Councillor Lambert will remember this. Throughout the discussions on local plans, we were looking at 6, no higher than 6 here, and along the Great West Corridor, and whether it's down this end of the Great West Corridor or up towards Brentford, particularly when you're facing residential, existing residential established. There's 400 maisonettes on the Northumberland estate there. plus the other houses behind. So 6 is the maximum.
Right, okay.
And can I go now? Sorry, just to add to that, I would agree. We've seen what that we're looking at in the barracks. That's also up to 6 stories. So why do we need to go higher in a place where actually, if we come to us and look at the current area, it'll be significantly different.
And may I just add, where we are here also, we're on the Isleworth Bluff. You might not have heard that before, but we're on the Isleworth Bluff, which is about 17 metres above river level. So the road is high up here and it goes downhill. Next time you ride your bike down to Isleworth, Councillor Shaheen, your brand new bike, you will see this. You will see this, and when you try to ride back up, then you will rue that takeaway.
Okay, right, well, I think we've answered the question, Tony. Right, Councillor Shivrav Guriwal, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My first question was same as what Salman asked, was regarding the height. But I've got the answer for that. And the second question, what I was going to ask from Councillor Luki is that he just mentioned regarding the SIL money is not guaranteed over a period of 10 years. Could you explain that?
For the thank you, Shivraj. For the second application that you've got there, it's an outline planning application. It's one that just asks the planning committee, to agree the principle of the development there at the current Tesco site, which is a big site, and which we're always expecting some kind of development there, a bit like the, as Councillor Romer knows, the one down at Feltham High Street, some flats, some development at the front, and but here we don't know when it's going to happen. What they'll have is an outline planning application, and they'll be putting separate applications through as and when they decide, and it might not be for a number of years. So the SIL money is not going to come immediately. The SIL money, if it's agreed now, it's going to come later on, and it's not going to be delivered to the town.
Okay, thank you. I got your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate.
Right, is that all of the questions?
Richard? John Todd.
Oh, yes, okay, John, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. A question for Councillor Eason. What benefit would it be for this application to be deferred?
The benefit for it to be deferred would be for more work to be able to be done on this, and that this particularly in terms of looking at the mix of and the social housing, the affordable housing. We could also look more at appropriate planning conditions and planning obligations. I believe that Councillor Luki has identified some meaningful planning obligations to be proposed, more than just the 20,000 for Syon Park that's in your report. And also, as Councillor Chowdhury mentioned, the need for Grampian provisions to tie in delivery of the transport improvements before these sites can be occupied, before we get 6,000 new residents dropping.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, can I carry a quick question to all three of you? I'll give you the opportunity. It's a huge site, as Councillor Luki says. I don't see any evidence of the council contributing to the success of it. So what do I mean by that? Well, there's a medical centre floated. There are other aspects floated. Do you agree that the council seems to have either forgotten or been unwilling to participate? Over.
Is anybody answering?
I can tell you. I can tell you. As I alluded to my first, when I was speaking, when we had a big planning application back in the 90s for the old United Biscuits site, and we got to get the Tesco, there was a whole rake of stuff. Yeah, we even got the H28 bus out of that. We got traffic calming in local roads. We even managed to get Tesco to sign a legal agreement not to open on a Sunday. So there is plenty more, and I think unfortunately, as I said, we're having our tummies tickled here. This is possibly privatising the planning process in a way. We don't really know exactly what's going to go on there, apart from they say 1,600 odd units. Now, what type of units? So I think we have abrogated it. We never get the health facilities that we asked for, despite the SIL, it's not enough. We need, as Councillor Chowdhury said, we need some kind of arrangement prior to any occupation of vastly improved traffic and transport systems there, which I don't think the developer really wants to give, and they probably feel that they've got the green light otherwise.
Right. Are there any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members?
No.
No, we can move on then. I now move on to taking to ask the OGRA members to make their presentation. You have 10 minutes shared between all of you, and at 30 seconds, Patrick will tell you you've 30 seconds you've got 30 seconds to go, and that's when I'd expect you to wrap up within that 30 seconds. If it goes on beyond that, then we have to ask the officers to mute. Okay, so OGRA, your time will start when you start. Are you there? Are we having problems contacting OGRA?
Sorry, Chair, I think that Barbara's screen is freezing. I'm just contacting her now.
Right.
Chair, while they do that, may I ask a quick question?
It depends what it is.
It's just about the order, because I was a bit the order. So I was a bit surprised that we went first rather than the.
I did say this. Councillor Eason discussed it when he came online first, but that was the order that we'd said, and that was ward councillors first, and we've used that order before. Are we getting anywhere with the presentation?
Can you unmute Barbara?
I'm sorry, I heard something, but I'm not sure what it was.
Barbara is asking to be unmuted.
Okay, Sadiq, is she muted herself, or are we muting? Is she online or on a telephone call? Online. So you just need to unmute yourself, Barbara. There should be a facsimile of a microphone with a line through it if you're muted, in which case you just click on that and you'll become unmuted. Is it not working? Sadiq, are they still having problems?
Yeah, she can't unmute herself.
Oh. Is there anything we can do at our end at all, Sadiq? Okay, can you try again, please, Barbara?
Yes, finally.
Right, I can hear you.
Right,
I'm assuming
sorry.
it's Barbara.
Sorry, it was set so that I could not unmute myself.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
So am
Okay.
I. Okay.
Right, so you're ready to go now.
Right. Okay. So is the clock starting now?
It'll start now, yes.
No. Okay, thank you. Okra agrees that Hounslow homes that meet Hounslow's needs. Next slide, please. Hounslow's housing strategy document states that there is serious overcrowding and that the biggest need is for larger family homes with 3 or more bedrooms. Next slide, please. Yet only 14% of homes on the Homebase site would have 3 or more bedrooms and only 18% on the Tesco site. The fallout from the pandemic has shown that people need more space when working from home and access to good quality outdoor space. These two developments don't provide either. The officers have chosen not to reply to numerous carefully researched planning objections from local residents, local societies and Hounslow's own design review panel, point to a series of harms which would outweigh possible benefits. Next slide, please. Okay, and then the next slide, please. There is nothing remotely approaching the proposed height, massing and density in the area. 7 tower blocks on the Homebase site and 9 tower blocks on the Tesco site plus infills will have a detrimental effect on surroundings. They will overpower and intimidate with their mass bulk and height. There will be significant harm from loss of daylight, sunlight and overshadowing. Too many of the flats on both sides is a single aspect. Many are northwest facing with poor air circulation and ventilation. The distances between some blocks on the Homebase site are below the minimum required of 18 metres, leading to loss of privacy. The open spaces on both sites are too small for the amount of people who will use them. And in the case of the Homebase site, the podium will be unusable due to adverse environmental conditions like pollution, noise and wind. Next slide, please. The density of 338 homes per hectare on the Homebase site, 308 on the Tesco site, overall 314, exceeds anything in the area. The development on the old Civic Centre site is only about half that at 178, and for the proposals at Griffin Park and Hounslow Cavalry Barracks, it's less at 109 and 91 respectively. The highest blocks there are only 6 to 9 stories, not 17. Next slide, please. The bulk and height up to 17 stories on both developments is wildly out of character with the surrounding area and will dwarf and dominate its suburban and historic surroundings, especially the 2-storey homes nearby, along with the Grade 2 listed buildings, Gillette and the Scion Clinic. There will be a considerable negative impact on the context and character of the area. Next slide, please. The views of Hounslow's design review panel reflect our views, but have been ignored in the officers' reports. The review concludes that quantity of the development, the massing, the number of single aspect units on the Homebase site is excessive. The Tesco site was found to have too many units, insufficient quality of accommodation, and poor treatment of the public realm and heritage. These serious concerns remain unanswered. Next slide, please, for transport.
It is surely unprecedented to propose such high density developments with 2,150 new homes and some 6,000 new residents on sites with a PTAL of 2, right towards the bottom of the range. The proposals fail key policy tests in the London Plan 2021. For example, policy D3 states that higher density developments should be in locations that are well connected by public transport to jobs, services, infrastructure and amenities. Clearly not in this case. Policy D2 states that the density should be proportionate to the site's public transport connectivity and accessibility, and development should only go ahead when sufficient infrastructure is in place. That will not be for a very, very long time, because policy SD1 states that the Great West Corridor Opportunity Area enabling infrastructure is classified as nascent, i.e. not yet planned, far less funded. This includes the mooted rail links, the Southall Rail Link and West London Orbital. Next slide, please. And this shows how serious the situation is. The critical transport connectivity infrastructure is not funded, as well as the 2 new rail links. There are no plans or funding for additional capacity in the crowded Hounslow Loop. TfLs have shelved the track and signalling upgrades needed to realise full line capacity on the Piccadilly line. And the only funded transport connectivity proposal is for a new bus route from Osterley to Ealing Broadway, which will not change the poor PTAL. There is no substantive DFT or TfL funding for the enabling infrastructure and no assurance that there will be any for the foreseeable future. Next slide, please. TfL is reserving its position and has challenged the developer's claims that vehicular traffic at Gillette Corner will decrease, given there will be no net reduction in car parking and there will be the introduction of 2,150 new homes. No evidence for this decrease has been offered to OGRA. The proposals do little to improve vehicular traffic flows at this congested and dangerous junction, apart from an additional A4 eastbound right turn lane that will improve access to the home base site. The proposals for pedestrian cycle crossings at the junction are not resolved and do not yet satisfy the Mayor of London's Healthy Streets policy, where streets and junctions should be easy and safe to cross for everyone. There are parking spaces for less than a quarter of the homes. This is much lower than the one space recommended per dwelling for PTAL 2, thus unacceptable. Next slide, please. And the 15-minute neighbourhood requires residents to have access to most, if not all, of their amenity needs within a 15-minute walk from their home. And this slide shows that this will be far from the case, with many of the amenities well beyond 15 minutes. And that would mean more taxis and more congestion. And the surges in the area are already at breaking point. The new residents will increase demand on West Middlesex A&E in the urgent care centre. There's a vague proposal for a GP surgery on the Tesco site, but that is not in the right location. One is needed on the home-based site, but none is planned. Next slide, please, for energy and sustainability.
These developments provide a huge opportunity for state-of-the-art developments which respect the environment, are sustainable, and contribute to Hanslow's efforts to respond to its own climate emergency declaration. Unfortunately, these developments do no such thing. Despite the late addition of solar panels, with no details on number or capacity, there isn't enough use of renewable energy. A high proportion of the heating and hot water would still depend on fossil fuels, for example, gas boilers. Only 51% of the energy consumed will be zero carbon on the home base site, 60% on the Tesco site, which undermines Hanslow's pledge to be carbon neutral by 2030. The proposed tall buildings are not environmentally friendly due to their intensive use of concrete and steel, the production of which are massive contributors to CO2 emissions. The shortfall in reducing carbon emissions will be mitigated by paying into the Carbon Offset Fund, a convenient cop-out that is simply unacceptable in 2021. It is contrary to the Climate Emergency Declaration, and Hanslow says that the carbon offset should only be used as a last resort. In addition, no allowance is made for future-proofing to further reduce carbon emissions as required by the London Plan. Next slide, please.
Barbara, you're muted.
Barbara, you're muted.
Can we pause your watch whilst we're waiting for Barbara to unmute?
Yes, Chair, I have already. I paused it.
I assumed you would have done, yeah.
Chair, if you don't mind my saying, I think Barbara is unable to unmute herself.
Who's saying that? Sorry.
Councillor Dennis here. Sorry.
Well, she did unmute herself earlier when they had the same problem.
Okay.
I'm.
Can the chair not unmute people?
No. And we've already discussed it's the technical people that deal with it, Tony.
Chair, it's Wendy here. All of OGRA have got the same scripts. Can one of the others carry on reading? Because I've got it in front of me.
That was what I was going to ask. Is one of the other members of the group pick it up?
I'll take it forward. I'll do that.
Okay, right, fine.
Okay. Consultation. Developers' consultation process with the local community was not transparent, and the results of the developers' surveys are unverifiable. All publicly available evidence, including the Facebook pages set up by the developer, shows massive residential opposition to the excesses and inadequacies of the two applications. Next slide, please. In summary, these developments fail by a very large margin to meet objectively assessed housing needs in Hanslow, which requires considerably more family-sized units, 3 to 4 bedroom homes, not more studios and overcrowded 1 to 2 bedroom. The poor public transport provision in the area is already stretched and would be totally inadequate for these highly dense developments. How they do not tackle Hanslow's climate emergency, in fact, make it worse. The serious concerns of Hanslow Design Panel have not been addressed. The harms would outweigh the benefits. Lessons learned from pandemic have been ignored with respect to types of accommodation and outdoor areas. This application conflicts with planning policy on a number of major counts, particularly policy B3B of the new London plan relating to building high-density developments in areas with poor PTEL. For all of the above reasons, these applications should be refused. We maintain our belief that smaller schemes in much lower height and density, maximum 6 stories, would be appropriate solution. 6 stories would match the height of the access building opposite home base, initially 14 stories, then 11, now 6, which was the approved at this height to match the height of the grade 2 listed building, Gillette, opposite. All necessary public transport and roads and infrastructure would need to be completed before the development was occupied. A 21st century equivalent of Wyke Estate with plenty of houses and low-rise blocks of flats and plenty of open space would be suitable replacement for the Tesco site. We need more good quality homes, not more homes at any cost. This is not a tick box matter of housing numbers, it is a matter of people's lives. We hope that you will agree with us that it will not be right to approve these applications even when they're falling far short of the key planning guidelines just because we need homes. Neither would it be right to approve just because a developer might lodge appeal. Approval refusal should be decided on planning grounds only. Next slide, please. We need developments that solve the housing crisis, not cause a housing crisis. This development will impact the area for decades and many generations to come. Are we 100% sure this is the legacy we want to leave? If not, then the applications should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, is that the conclusion of the OGRA comments?
Yes.
It is. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm now going to move to the other group. I don't know, do they go by another name? I don't know. I've only seen it introduced. Are the speakers present? I see one hand went up.
Chair, yes. 4 of us are present. Dr. Rutherford is having difficulty logging in at the moment. I may have to read her statement for her.
Okay. Right. Well,
and can I also ask that we are each given 2 minutes rather than a block of 10 minutes, because the danger is obviously I at the end will scroll off.
That would require us to actually operate the timing, and then you know, I'd rather that you'd have sorted it amongst yourselves, but
we just thought we had 2 minutes each.
Well,
Chair, can I intervene? These people are independent, more or less independent of each other. Daniel Mann is not aligned to any other group, for example.
Right, okay, Tony, thank you. I'll deal with it. Yes, we can take it in 2 minutes. Patrick, are you okay on this? You've got this lined up?
Yes, Chair. I can
take each speaker 2 minutes. You'll still get the 30-second warning.
Yeah, after 1 minute 30 seconds, I'll shout out.
Okay, so who's number 1?
I believe that's me, Daniel Mann.
Sorry, who?
I believe that's me. I believe I'm the first independent speaker. My name's Daniel Mann.
Daniel Mann. Okay, right. Well, go ahead. I can't see you on the screen. That was why.
Okay, I'll put the. Do you want me to put the camera on? Would that help?
Yeah, please.
Or...
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah.
There we go. You should be able to see me now.
It's coming up. Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, off you go. You've got 2 minutes, and you'll get the warning sign at 1 minute after 1 minute 30 seconds. So your time starts now.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Daniel Mann. I'm a resident on Zion Lane. And obviously, I oppose the development for 2 main issues, obviously environmentally and the infrastructure. Obviously, Zion Lane now has a lot of young people using both Zion Lane and Wood Lane due to the Nickham School and the Boulder Academy, which will be finished soon. These young people and the residents on Zion Lane and Wood Lane will be affected by all the environmental issues from all the trucks and HGV lorries coming in and doing all the work. We've obviously seen a lot of that over the last year or so, both with the Nickham School and the Boulder Academy. And my main other issue is the infrastructure. Zion Lane is already congested, as is Wood Lane. At peak times, we're seeing cars parked up all the way up Wood Lane up to Wimble Lane, and the same gridlock happens on Wood Lane. This in turn has the issues of environmental with all the fumes. Obviously, Zion Lane train station is not adequate for the numbers of people due to come in with these developments, and the lack of bus routes and the tubes really can't cope with the already stretched usage of these public transport. So yeah, and obviously
30 seconds left.
Thank you very much for your time. Over to the next speaker.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself, please, whomever it is? If that's Tony Firkins, you're muted. There's no use you mouthing off because we can't hear a word you're saying.
I don't think he can unmute. We've been having a problem with this where you've muted us from your end and we can't unmute ourselves.
I'm told that we're not muting from our end.
That's not so. Barbara had that problem as well.
I know, it wasn't us.
Back in.
No, it wasn't us muting them. There was a problem with the link. Well, I'm sorry what you might have been told. Right.
It's on the screen, and that's why Tony can't.
Yes, right, fine. I don't really want to get into an argument about procedure and technical issues. I'll get our technical officer to look at it and see if he can help with it. And that's what he did with Barbara's one.
You have now allowed me to speak. Thank you very much, Hounslow Council.
I haven't stopped you from speaking, Tony.
You have
please
just
calm down.
Now.
Please
just
calm
give
down.
me permission to speak.
That's not true.
It is.
It isn't true.
Get on with it, Tone. Okay, I'm getting on with it.
I'm asking you to start your speak now, and then we will start the time. You've got 2 minutes, and you will be warned after 1 minute 30 seconds to wrap it up. All right, Tony?
Okay.
Right, okay. Right, you start, and the clock will start.
We are in a climate emergency, so I'm focusing on the gas boilers proposed for these developments. I also support the wider environmental concerns being raised by Osterley and White Green Residents Association. The officers' reports for these planning requests note the objection to the use of gas boilers for these developments. See section 6.13 for Tesco and section 6.10 for Homebase. The officers' reports' responses to these objections is that the gas boilers are provided for backup only, but then goes on to say they are designed for full peak capacity for each site. Section 8.111 for Tesco and section 8.107 for the Homebase site. However, I cannot believe that the developer is proposing full-size gas boilers for each site if they do not intend to use them extensively. Otherwise, this would be a waste of money. It also unnecessarily increases the embedded greenhouse gas emissions of the developments. The officer's report for the Homebase site describes the conditions that are to apply on the energy strategy with their recommendation to approve. See condition 33 on page 172. These conditions are not strong enough to prevent extensive use of the Homebase gas boilers. I request the Planning Committee amend condition 33 so that the use of gas boilers is monitored to ensure that they are not used more than 24 hours in any calendar year. The officer's report for the Tesco site does not describe any equivalent conditions on monitoring or limiting the use of the gas boilers. In section 8.111, it says it will be further development during the detailed design process. Well, I met that on the Ballamore site 2 months ago. I request the Planning Committee add equivalent conditions on the Tesco site to avoid the gas boilers being used extensively. Please do not allow these loopholes, which would allow extensive gas boiler use in these developments by adding some strong conditions on their use, or even better, prohibit the use of gas boilers at all on these sites. Please limit greenhouse gas emissions from these developments and protect the climate. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Tony. Who's the next speaker?
Paul's muted.
Who is it? I don't know who it is.
It's Paul Veluwe. He's muted at the moment.
Certainly someone at your end does some unmuting. It may not be you, Councillor Richard Foote, but it's someone within Hounslow Council.
I'm sure we really
we're clear now.
do that, Tony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Who's speaking?
Right. It's Paul Veluwe, architect based in Twickenham with long associations with Brentford and Isleworth. Can I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, members. I speak in support of the representation submitted by the Osterley and White Green Residents Association and the Brentford Community Council, specifically in relation to the substantial harm as defined in national guidance that would be caused to the settings and significance of nearby designated and non-designated heritage assets resulting from the two proposed developments, wholly contrary to the relevant policies contained in the NPPPF, the London Plan and the Hounslow Local Plan relating to context, character, heritage, architectural quality and tall buildings, and to Section 66 of the Act. In my professional judgment, both sets of proposals, by virtue of their excessive heights and bulk, will have a seriously damaging impact on the settings and significance of the listed Gillette building, the listed former National Provincial Bank close by, the listed former Coty factory on Great West Road, the listed former UCS Boys Club stand in Goldsports ground, the adjacent part of the Osterley Conservation Area, and the Northumberland Avenue area of special character. In my judgment, whilst officers of both Hounslow Council and GLA have rightly acknowledged that the proposals will cause harm to such heritage assets, they have seriously understated the level of that harm, suggesting repeatedly that it is merely, quote, less than substantial or of low level, rather than substantial. And accordingly, in reaching conclusions in balancing potential harm against potential benefits, they have misdirected themselves and you towards the lesser test set out in paragraph 196 of the NPPPF, rather than to the very much more rigorous test under paragraph 195, which states very clearly that local planning authorities should refuse consent unless it can be demonstrated that the substantial harm is necessary to achieve substantial public benefits that outweigh that harm. To date, no evidence has been provided to demonstrate that the substantial harm caused to the nearby heritage assets is necessary in order to secure public benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, is there one more speaker or is it, am I losing count?
Two more speakers.
Two more speakers. Right, who's the next person?
Dr. Rutherford.
Hello.
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Rutherford here. I'm representing the statutory consultee, the Gardens Trust.
Right, okay. So once you start talking, your time of 1 minute and 30, well, 2 minutes will start, but you'll get an indication when you've got 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
I'm here to explain the real effect of this proposal on three of the most important of our nationally significant historic parks, Osterley, Syon and Kew. I visited these sites. I wrote the rigorously objective historic impact assessment of the effects on Kew and Syon submitted by the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew. The developer's assessment of the effect on all three parks is, not surprisingly, wrong. It wrongly minimises the alienating effect and the damage inflicted. In reality, these vast and alien buildings will be prominent in all three parks, invading the peaceful character so vital to our community during this recent pandemic and at all other times. Our children will curse us with a crass disregard of their precious environment. Worse, the officer report adopts this misrepresentation. It willfully trivialises or ignores the heartbreaking damage to our environment. Why? Their assessment is wrong, minimising the effects of both developments on these parks. In reality, contrary to officer opinion, At Kew World Heritage Site, there will be great damage to the Arcadian riverside views towards Brown House in an unspoilt panorama over Hounslow. This is confirmed by the Royal Botanic Gardens and Historic England in their own objections. Still worse damage will be seen from Syon and Osterley Parks and main drives in both. Determination of this development is premature in advance of the Great West Corridor
30
Master
seconds
Plan,
left.
about to be adopted as your own planning guidance. This master plan shows the council can achieve housing targets without this development. It should be tested against the massing set out in that master plan and is contrary to those policies. The council cannot flout its own policies and must refuse this proposal, for which our children and future generations will condemn them. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So we have one more speaker from this group, yes?
That's me, Keith Garner, and
Keith,
I have
carry on.
an image to show you.
Oh, right.
If that
Okay.
can
I thought
be
you said
put
you
up,
had an
please.
image. Right. Okay. You're going to show us an image. Right. Okay.
Thank you, Kiri. Yes, yes, I'm Keith Garner. I'm here on behalf of the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew. I'm a consultant to Kew. Firstly, I support the points that Paul Velouet and Dr. Rutherford have made about the officer reports underestimating the level of harm the proposed developments would cause. We at Kew Gardens feel that the decision should take account of the outcome of the council's local plan review, which is due to go to examination in public shortly. The local plan review contains a master plan and capacity study for the Great West Road, which shows, as Dr. Rutherford just mentioned, that it is possible to meet development goals and housing targets whilst minimising the impact on heritage sites. We've engaged with the council on the local plan review. Generally, we at Kew support the work the council has carried out, with some areas of disagreement still to be decided at the examination in public. Concerning the home-based site, we support the master plan and capacity study, where it refers to buildings of 4 to 8 stories, that's generally 6 stories, with possible higher points than that. Now, as you will, and to see what this would look like from Kew, what you see here is view BG10 from the capacity study, which shows the view from Syon Lawn. You see Syon House on the left there. All the proposed development would be screened by trees under your own document shortly to go to examination in public. The council's master plan and capacity study shows that members do not have to choose between meeting development goals on the one hand and protecting important heritage sites, world heritage sites on the other. You can have both. However, to do this, we would respectfully ask that members refuse these applications this
30
evening.
seconds left.
Alternately, please defer your decision until after the examination in public has taken place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. I'll now move on to members to ask any questions of the objectors. Sorry, who's somebody speaking?
Councillor Shaheen here.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, can I, sorry, I'm so used to chairing licensing with fewer members, I don't normally use the hands, but I think as we've got a full committee today, can we use the hand raise if you've got a question? Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay,
No worries. My
thanks,
hand's
mate.
up in the box.
Right.
Okay to go ahead, Chair?
Yep, go ahead.
Cool.
Shane.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Mainly a question to Algra, though I'm happy for any of the independent independent objectors to chip in as well. Now, obviously, a lot of objections were lodged against this by various different parties, and Algra's representatives have told us that there was not sufficient consultation, and many of their concerns were not addressed when these plans came back. Now, but I would be interested to hear from Algra which concerns were addressed. How many of your concerns were addressed in the revised plans? That would be interesting to hear. And to what extent does that make you happy?
Okay, I am unmuted, so I can speak if that's okay. Barbara Striak, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you, Barbara.
So the main concerns that we had were concerning transport and traffic. So it was initially when the developer started talking to us 18 months ago, it looked as if there was the possibility of the Southall Rail Link and the West London Orbital going ahead. And as we've gone through the pandemic and as we've gathered the material and researched it, we see that there is no funding for that. And maybe John McNulty might be able to come in on that one to a greater extent. Also, we've had concerns about the Gillette Corner Junction, that it's overcapacity and dangerous, and there is very little being done to improving the safety on that junction. The only thing that looks as if it's going to happen is an additional right-hand turn from the Great West Road eastbound, southbound into Scion Lane to improve access to the home base site. There aren't enough additional crossings to make it safe for pedestrians and cyclists, and not much being done to make the right-hand turns out of Scion Lane into the any safer. So transport and traffic, a huge issue, and we feel that that hasn't been addressed, and particularly now that the Southall Rail Link and the West London Orbital are way away, and they look as if they're not going to happen for maybe 30 to 50 years. The other concern was the height of the buildings from day one, 17 stories. Nothing has been done to reduce the 17 stories. There have been, I think, little adjustments along the frontage of Scion Lane on the home base site, but that's been addressed. Now, I was the first one who raised the subject of the GP surgery, that we need a GP surgery on the home base site. I was a lone voice, all on my own. And eventually the developer said, oh, OK, well, we'll put it on the, we'll have a look at putting it on the Tesco site, which is the wrong site because it's further away from where the public transport is. You've got bus stops outside home base. You've got parking in the Tesco's, in the new Tesco store, whereas there's no parking being allocated for a possible GP surgery at the current Tesco site.
Yeah.
So I actually feel that, well, I don't feel that any of our concerns were addressed, quite frankly, and it just got more and more frustrating as we went along. And whenever there were meetings with the developer, they would start
Can I ask you to,
they would
if
start
you could
with a
stick to the question.
landscaping, and rather than talking about the building and the development.
Right. Listen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down our list of
I want to answer that question too, please.
I'm sorry, Tony. The question.
Someone said it was to all the other people, so I want to answer it.
Tony, can you just give me a chance to utter anything? I will decide. At the moment, you know, I think we've had a very long answer from Barbara, and we do have to get on with the meeting. So I'm going to ask the councillors to ask their questions, and I will go down the list and I'm going to call them out each one. So I'm going now to Councillor Samia Chowdhury to see whether Samia, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. I had a similar question on consultation, but Councillor Shaheen has covered it, so I've just listened to Barbara's answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Mel Collins. Mel, are you there? Is he having any luck, Sadiq?
I think I'm with the living now.
Right, I can hear you, Mel. Yeah, do you have any questions?
No, because the question has already been asked.
Right, thank you, Mel.
Thank you.
Right, I'll move on to Councillor Michael Dennis. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. No questions from me, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ajmer Gariwal.
No question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pritam Gariwal.
Just a very quick clarification, Chair, please. Thank you. One of the speakers just said the medical center they're proposing on the Tesco side. I think they're better off because there's a bigger development on the Tesco side. It's better to have a medical center there Then the home base side, just a clarification on that, please.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Britam. Were you asking that as a question of someone? Or
It
were you
is, yeah,
making a
yes,
statement?
yes.
Who are you asking it of one of the?
The last speaker said that. I don't think that was Barbara, I think.
Okay, sorry. So yes, if I so the public transport to the Tesco site is not good. There's only the H28 bus. It's actually a bit of a walk from Gillette Corner up to Tesco, and there is also no parking that's permitted there. We actually need a GP surgery there, not just for the new development, but for those of us who live already in the area and who are a mile away or over a mile away from either Thornbury Road Centre or from the Brentford Health Centre. So this will serve a much larger group of residents than just the people on the development.
Thank you, Barbara.
Robert. Right, can I, Councillor Vishnu Gurung, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a clarification for the group. That's about the height. They have mentioned some of them. They mentioned 6 stories, and I think Barbara, she did mention 9 story. So can you please come up with the group? What is the height that your recommendation? Thank you.
Okay, so can I answer that one? So
yes, certainly, yeah.
The what I mentioned was 6 to 9 stories is the heights on the highest. That's the highest number of stories on the current Lambton Road on the old Civic Centre site. That's what I mentioned. The reason why we've gone for a maximum of 6 stories is because of the height of the Gillette building and the heritage aspects. Now, the access storage building, which has been built opposite home base, was initially proposed at 14 stories and then 11 stories and eventually agreed at 6 stories because of the height of the Gillette building. That's why. And we were happy to accept that height because of the Gillette building, which is why we are saying that 6 stories is the appropriate height for any developments in this area, no higher.
Can I just add to that, as one of the project architects for the approved scheme on the Gillette building of several years ago now, 2007, 2010, the maximum height of development right at the rear of the site was limited to 6 stories in order to reach a comfortable relationship with the listed frontage building. And certainly I regard that as a very maximum type of development, scale of development, which is sensible and pragmatic in terms of any building around the Gillette site. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Right, I go to.
Thank you, Chair.
It's all right, Commissioner. Yeah, Councillor Lambert, do you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a couple. They're probably more observations than questions, but I think that I'd like to make
away with it.
Anyway. You know, one is about providing space for a GP surgery is fine. The problem in London at the moment is there aren't any GPs to take them up. The lack of GPs is not to do with lack of facilities, it's to do with lack of interest from GPs, not only in London, but across the country, actually. Because in the past, some developments for GWQ, for example, there is a GP surgery provided and it's never been taken up. So that's an observation, really. And the other observation is one of your speakers talked about family houses. You know, great. I think we'd all like to have the development of family houses, but you know, given that sort of the 3-bedroom house in the area is sort of 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. That's very unlikely to be viable. So if we're talking about six stories, that's a bit more realistic. But I don't think sort of traditional houses with gardens is realistic on a kind of viability assessment. Thanks.
Thank you, Guy. Going to go to Kulik Malik. Do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. After listening to the various concerns of the group, what I could understand that there are three main concerns of those projects, which is the height of the building, which have impact on neighboring housing around there, infrastructure to support the project, and transportation, which is congestion and certain period of the time. Barbara, can I ask you, is there any mitigation or which is acceptable or which you think have mitigation and you think there is a mitigation to go ahead, and what is acceptable for you in terms of these three key things, key concern at all, if you can come up with, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kulik. You froze part of the way through, but I think I got the gist of your question. It was asking about mitigation of the three main concerns that we have. So any mitigation, I think, you know, if we're looking at height, I think we've already said that 6 stories is our red line, and we would be quite happy to see developments on both sides. But we need almost like a 21st century equivalent of the Wyke estate on the Tesco site, which would be appropriate with a mixture of houses and blocks of flats up to 6 stories. And on the home base site, a new Tesco store, again with blocks of flats up to 6 stories. So that's the height aspect. On infrastructure and transportation are linked together, and it is mainly on transportation. We see that part of the problem, and I can understand why there aren't many parking spaces. We do want to move away from cars, but families still want cars and will be buying them and trying to find somewhere to park. But you're only allowed, there will only be 1 parking space per 4 homes or per 5 homes, depending on which site it is. And when you've only got PTAL 2 and you haven't got much good public transport, so unless we get the Southall Rail Link and the West London Orbital to transport these 6,000 people, where you've already got overcrowded public transport in the area, I just can't see it happening. I don't know, John McNulty, if you'd like to add anything on the transport side.
Well, I just say the London plan says it very well, really, that development should, well, first of all, that the density of development should be proportionate to the public transport accessibility level. So with the PTAL 2, that means very little development. If you want to go for more dense development, you have to increase the transport infrastructure capacity, and that capacity must be in place before the development is delivered. It's as simple as that.
Right, okay. I'm now going to move on to Councillor Meir. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor John Todd, do you have any questions?
I certainly do, yes, Chair. I'm not going to make any comments either. I'll just ask questions.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Garner, please.
Hello.
Keith Garner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon. I've read your submission very carefully, and it's a very polished one, if I may say so. But it's one thing reading a submission by Edwards or Berkeley Homes as to World Heritage sites, and one from yourself. When statements include World Heritage sites and a statement of outstanding universal value, what's your interpretation of that? Is there anything higher than those comments?
Than a World Heritage site. In heritage terms, it is the most important designation that there is. I mean, there's a wealth of interesting heritage around, but Kew, in terms of its the designation according to it, is supreme, and the aspects of it, in particular its designed landscape and its setting, are a very important part of that, and they are contained in the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value, and they're also elaborated in the new World Heritage Site Management Plan, which was published only last year. We've obviously referred to that in our objection.
Keith, that's very helpful. Who issues the Statement of Universal Value?
It's drawn up by Kew and it's sent via the government to UNESCO and approved by them.
Okay, that's all I want to ask you. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, John. Right, can I move to Councillor Umair? Do you have any questions?
I've got no questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor. Tony, could I ask you if you could, those of you who are not councillors, if you could close your cameras, and then I can see the councillors then and get recognition of whether they're trying to speak. But if you could, if you could just close your cameras down. I think I've got Mr. Is it Keith Garner? I've got you're showing on the screen, and John McNulty. Yeah.
Mine's just turned off.
Yeah. I've got. Right, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. That makes my life a little bit easier. Right. Right, before I move on, can I ask if there's any other questions that any councillors wish to ask?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
So, Councillor Shaheen here. Sorry, I would actually like Tony Firkins to respond to my previous question with your permission, Chair. I mean, we're most of us here Labour councillors, but there's a lot of green in us red councillors, and I do think the environmental aspects of this are of paramount importance. And I want to hear from Tony if his concerns have been assuaged by the developer.
Thank you, Salman. Yeah, it's actually, if you pointed that at them, that's what we wanted to do, to ask who you were asking questions of. It's difficult when we've got a big group of objectors like this to actually pinpoint them.
I understand. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I'm quite happy for Tony to answer your question at this stage. Tony?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. So it was about the consultation. So I think early on in the consultation for these sites, it was very much stressed by the developer that it would be a zero carbon site. And then when the first energy statements came back, they actually had they were a long way away from that. And since then, the energy statements have got better, but there's still these gas boilers in, so it hasn't quite got to where it was sort of pitched in the very first place. That would be my reading of the consultation on that aspect.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Right, is that all of the questions from members? Thank you very much. Right, can I just, Matthew, I got to apologise to you. I meant to bring you in early to give an overview of it. I don't know whether it's appropriate now or whether it would be better put into the officers, incorporated into the officers' report.
I'm happy to do the larger summary at the end if you want to hear from
I think so, Matthew. It would seem a bit out of place now. No, I apologise for that. Okay, right. We've now finished what I consider to be halfway. I'm going to suggest that for benefit of members, we're going to take a 10-minute break at this stage. I'm based in Hounslow House at the moment, so I've got to go and find where the bathrooms are on the 3rd floor. At the moment, I only know where they are on the 6th floor. So I would suggest anyway, if we reconvene at let's say it's 6:41. I've got them at 6:42. So if we say we reconvene at 6:55. Yep, are we okay with that?
That's fine, Jim.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Chair, before you go, can I just suggest that when you come back, someone moves suspension of standing orders, because you'll need to do that to carry on past 7.
Can we do this now?
Well, go on, Sam, do you want to move it now?
Yeah.
So Sam is moving suspension of standing orders.
Agreed. Agreed, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's all right. I've got a lot of people talking.
Be safe now, yeah.
Samuel Chowdhury's moved to suspension of standing orders. Yeah, okay, Wendy?
Yeah, lovely, thank you.
Okay, right. So I would suggest that you turn your cameras off whilst for the next 10 minutes, and then we come back after that and we go on to the developer.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. Right. Thanks, Sadiq. Right, we're all back now, and thank you very much. I desperately needed that break, and I'm sure others did. What I'd like to do now is to move on to the second part of the meeting, which is to ask the applicants to make their report. Now, I did have mentioned that we've got 3, 6, 7 speakers, I think. Wendy, you said that there will be some others that will be available to answer questions, but not actually in the speaking part. Is that correct?
That's right, Chair. You've got a list of the people that are going to be speaking for a maximum 20 minutes,
Yeah.
and there'll be some other people present, like specialists, to answer questions.
That's for their second part when we're asking questions. Okay, that's fine then. Shall we press ahead? Who's going to head up on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, that's me, Chair, Duncan Matthews from St Edward, and then I'll be passing on to other members of our team in support.
Well, you've got 20 minutes, which matches what was given to the objectors.
Yes.
So as soon as you start speaking, we'll start winding the clock down, and then at minus 30 seconds, we will warn you that you should be in winding up at that stage.
Understood. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, thank you very much, Duncan. If you please go ahead.
Chair, councillors, thank you for your time tonight. These two schemes represent a true opportunity for regeneration, sustainable recovery, and a catalyst for further investment in both the local area and Hounslow, supporting the wider ambitions that are set out in the Borough Plan for Recovery. Our ambition is to deliver one of the best regeneration projects in London. Berkeley has delivered successful regeneration schemes, and they share these important attributes: much needed affordable and market homes, putting people and community at the heart of our plans, industry-leading quality in design, build and sustainability, nature and biodiversity, jobs and training opportunities. The success of these schemes and their ongoing high standard of management are there to be seen today, and all are a result of engagement with many different stakeholders. Here, we have worked in a positive approach with Hounslow officers, TfL, GLA, and other key statutory consultees to shape our plans. And we thank officers for their efforts, especially in the context of a difficult year. We have enjoyed our engagement with all parts of the local community over the last 18 months, both at our dedicated consultation centre at Tesco and virtually during lockdown. We've also kick-started our community events such as CV workshops with the Hounslow Youth Council and our International Women's Day seminar last month. We understand that these are significant developments that lead to a passionate debate like tonight. The objections coordinated by the local residents association are only a portion of the voices of the local community. Our online surveys of people in the local area have shown a more positive attitude to change and the opportunities this creates. For example, first-time buyers who want to live locally, tenants waiting for a new affordable home, local businesses, and all the Tesco customers. I firmly believe in the quality that I know we will deliver. Both schemes have a mix of attractive residential buildings and landscape spaces that have been designed by award-winning architects. It is a design supported by the GLA in their feedback. The schemes rightly provide a higher quantum of housing, being in the Great West Corridor opportunity area, and can therefore provide more public benefits alongside the new homes. Over the life of these schemes, St Edward will pay £30 million worth of investment towards local and London infrastructure through SIL and 106, and encourage further investment in the local area. Equally as important is the issue of climate change. The green spaces will contribute positively to air quality and providing amenity for everyone. The shops and workplaces will foster a true low carbon neighbourhood to aid local spending and less travel. We also improved our energy strategies to make use of emerging technologies, removing reliance on gas, and so achieving a 60% reduction in carbon emissions for the homes. I will now pass on to Ian from Tesco to talk about their commitment to Hounslow.
Right, Ian.
Thanks, Duncan. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you, Ian, and we can see you as well. Yeah.
Great. Good evening, Vice Chair and Councillors. My name is Ian Lawrence, and I'm pleased to speak with you on behalf of Tesco in support of the proposals that you've heard. Changing shopping habits have created the opportunity for Tesco to review our portfolio of stores to ensure they are appropriate and meet the future needs of our communities. The Tesco Osterley site, with its large oversized service car park, is one of a number of stores to be brought forward for redevelopment from our London estate, which should lead to delivery of over 10,000 new homes. No doubt you're aware that we've recently secured resolution to grant at our Feltham Superstore for 100 new homes on that car park. We're experienced in residential development in partnership with Berkeley Group, including our supermarket redevelopment at Oval Village in Lambeth, which was voted Best Mixed-Use Scheme and won the Mayor's Award for Good Growth at the 2020 London Planning Awards. Since we opened here in the 90s, we've had a strong community presence with local charities and provided food donations and funding where it's needed most. Over the last 5 years, we've donated over 203,000 meals through Community Food Connection to people across Hounslow. And through Tesco Bags of Help grants, over 75,000 has come from our Osterley store to benefit 35 local good causes. In addition to those community programmes, the new Tesco store will feature a 200 square metre community space available free for hire by local groups, providing a safe, clean and well-equipped environment. In terms of sustainability that's been talked about, the new store would feature low energy refrigeration, LED lighting, water saving measures, be all electric with no gas boilers, more efficient air handling, and the car park will have extensive electric charging points, all helping Tesco achieve our ambitious targets to become net carbon zero by 2035. So in summary, these proposals will create a next generation modern Tesco Extra store with new homes in a prominent landmark building, consequently creating a large windfall brownfield development site for extensive mixed use. And the phasing of the move, put my teeth back in, the phasing of the move enables us to continue serving the community throughout. It secures Tesco's long-term commitment to Hounslow and represents significant economic and infrastructure benefits to the borough. I will now hand you over to Sally from the Hounslow Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, fine. Yeah.
Great. Hello, hi. Good evening, councillors and members of the public. Thank you very much, Ian. I am Sally Smith from the Hounslow Chamber of Commerce. We are the voice of business across the borough, representing the 18,000 businesses in our borough. It's incredibly important to support the growth of these businesses within the borough and to encourage wider regeneration projects such as these. We recognise the huge opportunities these sites will bring and the importance of granting planning consent this evening. This is such a good opportunity for the regeneration of the Golden Mile. Bearing in mind the downturn at Heathrow, which is our major economic driver, the delivery of the Scion Lane sites will act as a huge stimulus for Hounslow, providing opportunities for local businesses and people over the next 10 to 15 years. In light of the pandemic, investment as well as jobs and skills opportunities are particularly important and will be fundamental to the borough's recovery and growth. This investment should also work to attract more companies to invest in the borough. The scheme will create 4,000 construction jobs and over 265 new permanent jobs. There will be £11 million spent in the local economy by workers during the construction phase and £8 million to be spent by new residents of these developments each year. The 50,000 square foot of new commercial space to support new businesses, enterprises and community initiatives is an opportunity that cannot be missed. St Edward's is a renowned developer, well practiced in providing training programmes and apprenticeship schemes. We recognise the efforts Berkeley St Edward's have made over the last 18 months to connect with local institutions, people and businesses in the borough, particularly in identifying local businesses who may be able to get involved in the construction stages of the developments and in providing skills and employment opportunities for young people in the borough. To sum up, we recognise that these proposals are an opportunity that cannot be missed. And now over to Simon.
Thank you, Sally.
Hello, thank you, Sally. Good evening, Chair and councillors. My name is Simon Roberts and I'm a planning consultant from WSP. Underused retail sites such as these, with large footprint single-storey buildings and large expanses of car parking, are exactly the kind of sites that the London Plan promotes for redevelopment to optimise the delivery of homes. Their location within an opportunity area places added importance on making the most of the opportunity these sites present. These two developments would make a huge contribution to Hounslow's strategic housing needs, delivering around 29% of the targets for new homes and affordable homes for the Great West Corridor Opportunity Area, as set out in both the London Plan and Hounslow's emerging policies. The location and density of the development is in line with the London Plan and as a result is strongly supported by the GLA. The designs have been formulated to respond to the objectives in the emerging Great West Corridor Local Plan Review, with a focus on creating new connected residential neighbourhoods. Schemes capped at 6 stories would not be deliverable or capable of responding to the objectives and would not fulfil the policy aim of optimising these sites. The numbers and location of new homes are in line with what's planned for, so if not delivered on these sites would need to be delivered elsewhere within the opportunity area. In addition to creating new neighbourhoods, the schemes will fund investment in local infrastructure with around 30 million of SIL and Section 106 payments, along with the delivery of a new healthcare facility on the Tesco site, more than mitigating for their effects. It's clear that there will be a change in the character of these sites. The 2 design teams have worked hard to do this in a way that is sensitive, informed by technical assessment, the scrutiny of officers, and the feedback received through consultation over the last 18 months. Through this process, there has been a reduction and redistribution in the height of the buildings, particularly focused on reducing height nearest the existing homes on Sign Lane on both sites. On both sites, there would be around 40 metres separation from the proposed buildings to the existing homes on the western side of Sign Lane. Changes have been made to massing during the process to ensure that neighbouring properties and the new homes and spaces would benefit from good levels of light. The proposed heights exceed those indicative heights in the Great West Corridor Master Plan, but in line with the London Plan policy on tall buildings and Hounslow's emerging policies, the additional height has been subject to detailed assessment, and the harm, where identified in the committee report, is justified in the context of the substantial public benefits that it helps to deliver. Perhaps the most substantial of these public benefits relates to the delivery of around 730 to 750 high-quality, tenure-blind new affordable homes, which is more than twice as many affordable homes as any other development in Hounslow in the last 15 years. The provision of 35% affordable on each site, with a tenure split agreed with the council, means that it aligns with the London Plan policy for the fast-track approach to viability. In line with discussions with officers, half of these would be a London affordable rent and half would be shared ownership. More importantly, the first 164 affordable homes to be delivered would all be London affordable rent, prioritising those homes for which there is most local need. A mix of housing sizes would be provided across all tenures, with more than half of the homes meeting the local policy definition of family homes. There's a particular focus on ensuring the mix within the London affordable rent tenure closely matches the policy targets, with 32% of these homes being 3 beds or larger. And if Kiri can bring up the slide on traffic as I'm speaking through this part. The developments respond to the aim throughout planning policy to promote sustainable travel. There would be a reduction in retail car parking spaces and a low level of car parking for the new homes, with all residential spaces fitted with the capability for electric charging. The developments would result in a net reduction in daily traffic flows along the local roads assessed, with up to 4,000 fewer cars per day along the northern part of Sign Lane outside the existing Tesco store. This is not just a reduction in daily traffic movements, but also a reduction in the associated effects of noise and air quality. We recognise how busy the Great West Road junction can be at peak hours, and so the effect on traffic movements around the junction has been a huge area of focus, with extensive engagement with both TfL and Hounslow over the past 18 months to scrutinise the modelling of numerous options. The agreed option would deliver a new lane for vehicles turning right from the A4 towards the new Tesco store, and the incorporation of a new pedestrian and cyclist crossing across the Great West Road, shown on this diagram. This crossing is a firm commitment. Alongside the works to upgrade the existing subway crossing, this crossing will significantly improve pedestrian capacity along the main desire line. With this crossing in place and the additional changes to the junction layout, the modelling shows that there would be an overall improvement in how the junction would operate at peak hours, with overall reductions in journey times during morning weekday peak hours and minimal changes, around 3 to 4 seconds, during afternoon and Saturday peak hours. The modelling and effects of this are agreed with TfL. There is a commitment to look at further crossings as part of a suite of measures to enhance accessibility for pedestrians and cyclists. But overall, there is undoubtedly an improvement, with new segregated cycle routes along the A4 and Sign Lane and new pedestrian crossings on Sign Lane and Grant Way, in addition to the new clean air routes through the sites. Improvements to local public transport would be delivered through the incorporation of a new bus turnaround facility on the Tesco site that will facilitate the extension of the H28 and E1 bus services, and through a 1.7 million contribution towards bus services. The Tesco development would also incorporate a mobility hub with information and facilities to promote sustainable travel. And I will now pass over to Kevin.
I think he might be having some issues unmuting, but we have his statement. I'm happy to read that, or you can, Simon.
Okay, I will pick it up and carry on. Okay, so on Kevin, this is Kevin's statement on heritage. So heritage and townscape matters were the subject of detailed consultation with officers and other stakeholders from the start of the pre-application process. Numerous changes to the design of the developments were made in response to feedback from officers. Detailed and robust heritage and townscape assessments accompany the applications. These have used a larger number of townscape views agreed with officers, supplemented by additional viewpoints added during the consultation process. The townscape views show that there would be some limited visibility of both schemes from Syon Park and some visibility of the Tesco development from Osterley Park. They do not identify visibility from within Kew Gardens. There would be some glimpse views along the towpath outside Kew, looking across the river away from Kew and across Syon Park, viewing positions from which other existing developments are visible elsewhere on the skyline. There is a difference in professional opinion about the extent to which this visibility equates to harm to these heritage assets. Regardless of this, what the assessments clearly show is that the changes in these views are glimpsed, fleeting and minor. Reference has been made to other schemes that have effect on Kew. However, even if we set aside the subjective judgments on harm, we can objectively say that these two applications before you involve a significantly lower level of change, if any, to the setting of the World Heritage Site and Syon Park in heritage and townscape terms, and a greater quantum of benefits than the examples. These other examples are not comparable to the proposed developments and do not approach the level of heritage and townscape effect away from their immediate location of those examples. However, closer to the sites, there would clearly be greater change. This would be positive, replacing the existing unremarkable buildings with the high-quality new development, its design informed by the local Art Deco heritage. The developments would assist in a process of placemaking that will create a much better context for the heritage assets near the sites. While we may differ regarding assessment of harm to heritage assets and the townscape character, we believe that your officers' reports provide a very thorough, fair and balanced assessment of the effects on the developments on heritage and townscape matters. In conclusion, we believe, like your officers, that the proposed developments will, on balance, preserve the setting of heritage assets. They will bring substantial public benefits, which outweigh any harm that is identified. I can now pass over to Pankaj, and Kiri, if you can bring up the images.
Thank you, Simon. I'm Pankaj Patel of Patelter Architects. We're lucky enough to be the architects of the home base site. With Barclays Group's and Patelter's space-building expertise, this is for us an exciting opportunity to kickstart the regeneration of the Golden Mile with landmark architecture and a much greener landscape. The site will bring together the new and the old, celebrating the historic Grand Art Deco industrial buildings, encouraging new employees into the area and making a new era for the Golden Mile. The scheme proposes to create an enhanced public realm along Syon Lane and the Great West Road, which will create a new pedestrian experience for people walking to and from Syon Lane Station. It also aims to create new clean air routes through the enhancement of Syon Gateway and the creation of a new pedestrian route along the eastern boundary. The building frontage to the Gillette Corner claims its identity in the local townscape as a building with a particular use, different from the traditional industrial use, while incorporating elements of the local heritage to integrate it into this context, addressing the presence of the Gillette corner in views along Sion Lane, the massing of the building terraces to the top, stepping back from the street frontage. And by doing so, the massing of the building takes a secondary role in the views along Sion Lane, allowing the Gillette Tower to stay as the main feature in the area. Our proposal provides a transition between the large industrial grain present within the character area and the fine industrial grain of its adjacent context by cascading down towards Sion Lane. The concept of design is a collection of buildings defining a new urban block. The strategy is to create a variety of building typologies, each one with a unique character and creating a very rich streetscape composition. The collection of buildings are finely crafted, detailed, and inspired by the history of the site. While these typologies are different in form and principle, the detailed design and the facade treatment will ensure that there are a series of common elements which tie together the design and deliver a cohesive building that can stand the test of time. We believe this will create a memorable addition to the Golden Mile. Thank you. I'd like to hand it over to Rebecca now to talk about the Tesco site.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Rebecca Taylor from JTP. Originally, the location of the McFarlane Biscuit Factory, part of an iconic collection of factories along the Brentford Golden Mile, Osterley Place has been designed to create an ecological green stepping stone between Sion Park, Osterley Park, and Gunnersbury Park. Working in partnership with the London Wildlife Trust in adopting a landscape and nature-led approach, the proposals provide a new heart for Osterley through a sequence of new open spaces and streets that connect with and knit the site into the wider residential and commercial area. The carefully crafted buildings have been sculpted to respond to local and strategic views, creating an articulated, varied skyline, sensitively stepping down towards our neighbours on Sion Lane and responding to the Gillette factory, protecting and defining views towards the Gillette Clock Tower, and of course ensuring the public
Chair, you're on mute.
Chair.
Right. Oh dear, that sounds like the building's falling down. We now move on to questions of the architects and the application. So I intend to do the same as I did before, was to go down the list of councillors and ask if you've got questions of the applicants. So I'll start off with Councillor Samia Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for everyone speaking. The first speaker talked about the online survey. Can I just know what was the result of online survey about the consultation?
Sorry, in terms of numbers or?
Yeah, in terms of numbers, do you have the numbers for the people who participated in the survey?
I don't have the numbers exactly with me, but obviously it was much more focused on a wider range of people. We got good engagement. Something like 4,000 people went onto our website and completed questions on there. And on there we had certain questions about how to shape the scheme, and we did that throughout the process. And it also allowed us to do sort of virtual seminars, because obviously we were in lockdown, unfortunately, since March last year, but we were able to have in-person events before that.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, Sam. Councillor Mel Collins, have you any questions?
Yeah, Chair, I've got a series of questions because we're looking at both schemes together.
That's correct.
So if I may be afforded a little time just to be able to do that, I'd be very grateful. So,
kick off then.
Looking at the green issues, and I'm going to be a cheeky boy in a minute. First of all, can someone please allay the question of the solar panels? There seemed to be in the first presentation some difficulty as to there was going to be none, or there were going to be a few, or there were going to be a lot. So that's my first question. The second question is regarding the gas boilers. there seems, as being stated, Chair, a great opportunity to have a development here with no gas boilers in at all. But if that's what the developer has come forward with, my big question is there any wriggle room for the scheme to be changed from gas boilers to some other type of heating? Keeping on the green theme, and Rebecca was in full flow when she was muted, God bless her. Can I be cheeky and ask two questions on that? The first one, do you know how many trees will have to be uprooted in this scheme? And can you, if the answer to that is there are, can you tell us roughly how many trees you're going to put back, bearing in mind that the council scheme now is 1 tree uprooted, 2 trees planted? The next section, Chair, I'd like to have addressed is the very vexed question, I think, of transport. Both of these sites are located in the most peculiar area because of the transport infrastructure down the years has recognised the problem and not dealt with it. I heard a talk in the presentation of an E1 extension of the H28, but very little about how they intend to talk to TfL about a more frequent service around the H91. The other thing is just up the road, there's an underground station at Osterley, and just to the left of both sites, of course, there is Line Lane stations. Now, we've heard within the presentations this evening, Chair, there is talk of access to the station, but very little about the transport going through the station, or indeed any further upgrades to the station if the station still lends itself to any more upgrades. I think that that's important. And I now move on to what I consider, Chair, to be the most important things of the whole presentation, apart from the buildings themselves. We've heard a lot of talk this evening about the medical centre, which I believe is to be based on the new Tesco site. I'd like a direct answer as to who they are in negotiations with on that particular site, bearing in mind that the clinical commissioning groups, the CCGs, have now merged down to one CCG, and I want to be convinced and assured that that the developers or whoever are talking to the right people to make this medical centre work. Because as Councillor Lambert said, we've got one in Brentford Ward, which we both represent, and diddly squat happened. I don't want to see this one turned on its face when it can help an awful lot of people. Chair, the one area where, in all of the developers' presentation, the one aspect that was missing entirely, there was not one iota jot talked about education. And I firmly believe that any development of this size, and we're actually looking at two together here this evening, any development has to have an education plan to go with it. What have we heard this evening? Absolutely nothing. I'm going to leave the rest of the questions to my other colleagues. I think that I've given an open vista. I hope somebody was able to take a list of those questions. I know they were varied, but they were deemed to be. If they need me to come back, quite happy to do that, Chair. I'm grateful for the time that you've given me.
Okay, Mel, thank you. Right, I'm over to the applicants. I don't know how you're going to.
Yeah, no, I've got a list. I'll do my best, but do prompt me if I've missed anything. And we can bring in people. Yeah, we will bring in people if necessary. We've got our consultants here. Starting with gas boilers, and this was actually raised earlier. So it doesn't use gas boilers. It has it as a backup. So it isn't reliant on the gas boilers. We're using emerging technology here, which is air source heat pumps. And the point there is that in the event where there's a real cold snap, where we're talking below 0 degrees, which can happen, we need backup just in case. Now that technology is advancing, and we hope as it advances that gas reliance will fall away, or backup, sorry, will fall away. But that's why there are gas boilers included, but that isn't our source of heating. So hopefully that clarifies the point. And there are PV panels as well, significant amounts of PV included in both schemes. So we've got the renewable energy there. We've got about 600 square meters of panels, so that's quite a large amount there. The next point.
No, I was just saying thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So moving on, the trees. So you're quite right. There are some trees being removed. Unfortunately, about 150 are removed, but we're planting 400 new trees, so more than adequate amount there. And those trees being removed are obviously low quality trees that have to be removed, but we're planting with high quality in their place, which will flourish, and obviously further planting in the green spaces, aside from just trees, as well as the ecological natural habitat. So hopefully that answers that point.
Yep, it does. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yep.
In regards to transport and bus routes, so we are actually making a substantial contribution ourselves, £1.7 million contribution to TfL to improve bus routes and services. We're also providing that new bus hub turnaround, which encourages the extension of the existing bus route and the introduction of the new one. And I would also say that part of the community infrastructure levy that we are paying, as I mentioned earlier, up to £30 million, that goes to both London infrastructure, which obviously is TfL, as well as local infrastructure. So the point around these new routes and what came up before from the objectors, we can't pay for a whole new rail link by ourselves, but we are making substantial contributions to these infrastructure points, and these are guaranteed amounts. This is SIL, it's a tax. We're not going to not pay that. So that brings in the infrastructure, and furthermore, with this regeneration, further schemes that will follow us, that is why infrastructure money gets spent. It gets spent on new homes and new people moving in there and regeneration. So it does encourage that further. And upgrades to the station and things like that will obviously be down to Network Rail and TfL. In terms of the GP, which obviously has come up a number of times, there is the space there. We have been speaking to the local CCG group. It has been agreed that we'll make a contribution on the home base site towards CCG, £225,000, so a substantial contribution there. And then on the Tesco site, as has already been mentioned, we are allocating a space for GPs there, and we hope to work with the CCG to bring that forward. And as you can see in the committee reports, if that doesn't come forward, then another contribution will be made as well. But it is our intention to bring forward those GPs, and we understand there's a need for healthcare around that, and that's why we've allocated that space. And we'll continue to work with the CCG as we come forward with the reserve matters of that outline application. And then the last one was about education. So again, we've assessed the education needs in the local area as part of our environmental statement. There are new schools being built, obviously Nishcam and Boulder right next door as well. There is sufficient education places, but again, as part of our SIL that we are paying, community infrastructure levy that we are paying, that would go to Hounslow, and that could be spent on education, which is part of their agreed spending list. Hopefully that's answered all.
You have covered them all. I'm not going to come back because we've got 13 other councillors, so I'll let other people now have a go. But thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. I'm very grateful.
That's very magnanimous of you, Mel. Thank you. Michael, Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's always a disadvantage coming after Councillor Collins. He thinks of all the questions, and then I can answer them. I just had a quick question actually regarding a comment I think that Simon Roberts said about electric car charging. This is something that I think could you just confirm? Is there electric car charging on site, and could you tell me where it's going to be?
Sorry, can you hear me? Yep, I'll just come back on that. Yeah, so for the residential car parking, all of the car parking spaces would have the capability to be electric charging spaces, so that there will be 20% of them will be provided as active charging points at the point of delivery, and the rest will be kind of converted as demand as it comes. So all of them have the potential to be electric charging spaces.
Thank you very much. That's all the
Okay,
questions from me.
Michael. Right, I go on. Ajmer, Councillor Garuel.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Collins, for asking all the questions I'd thought about. But here we go. First of all, I'd like to follow on from Councillor Samia Chaudhry. I read somewhere that in the first consultation you received 560 objections and then 330 in the second consultation, and that was, I think, just the written ones, not online ones. Did you take on board any of their objections? Did you make any compromises to keep the objectors happy? I mean, you know, I think the biggest one would have been, they was talking about 6 stories, you're talking about 17 stories. Was there a compromise there anywhere? Were you thinking of more than 17 maybe beforehand? So did you compromise with them? Secondly, the gas boilers question has been answered, but on page 65, if we've got the right pages, on 8.100, there's a line which really confused me, and it says, where it is clearly demonstrated that the zero carbon target cannot be fully achieved on site, any shortfalls, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, what does that mean? Why can't the zero carbon targets be fully achieved on such a modern, big development? That's the second one. And there was one more little one. Oh, yes. I was going to ask about the healthcare, of course. Councillor Collins asked that. But are you providing any other provisions on site anywhere, like i.e. daycare or maybe a little library or somewhere for children or anything else being provided? Thank you.
So picking up the points of objections. So yeah, I mean, we did make changes all the way through the consultation period and during the application as well. For example, after submission, that is when we increased our energy strategy to make that 60% reduction in carbon emissions against building regulations. So that's quite a move that we made there using that emerging technology. We've also addressed things like the mix of the homes, and like we were talking about family homes, we did increase that in the outline application for the Tesco for the London affordable rent. And previously we have addressed the massing. We've looked at it several times. You know, I appreciate that the 17 stories is perceived to be a tall building, but that's, you know, only part of that application. Around the edges, next to neighbouring residential, it is actually sort of 4 to 5 stories high, and we've reduced the massing on the edges next to those neighbouring residential actually to be in line with that. But we're not going to deliver the public benefits of the homes by having just a 6-story flat across there, and that isn't what's in the Great West Corridor local plan review, where there are buildings that go up to 14 stories, for example, on the Tesco site. And then picking up your other questions about zero carbon. So it is meeting the policy definition of net zero carbon. That does rely on some off-site payments, but it is our intention that as the emerging technologies develop, that we will continue to address those and hopefully achieve that target in the future. It should be said that in the UK, there are no schemes built functioning of a serious size that are meeting that zero carbon target just yet. That's all our ambition, but I know in Hounslow there's the homes that are meeting that, but that's 5 houses, and houses is possible, but where we're talking developments over sort of 200 homes, it's very difficult to meet that, but we will continue to try.
Okay, Adria. Right. Can I move on to?
Sorry, Chair. Any other provisions being?
Yes, sorry, and on the provisions. I mean, we have 4,000 square foot of community spaces, one on Tesco and one on the home-based site as well. So they are community spaces that we can offer up to the local community and can be used as for any function really. And that's what we want to work with the local community to find those uses. And equally, obviously, we have commercial space in the Osterley side where something like a creche is feasible, depending on demand and what's around there. So there are spaces there for those sort of more community focused.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I go on to Councillor Pritam Gariwal?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, a couple of questions I was thinking already been asked. So my question is on fire safety and fire strategy. What steps have you taken for the fire safety, especially on the toll towers? And then if you look on page 31, fire strategy says all residential blocks feature only single staircase. Contrary to the recommendation from REBA, following the Grenfell Tower fire tragedy for 2 staircases. And the second one there is, it says there are shortfalls in compliance with the fire engineering codes and regulations. Thank you.
I think fire safety is a very, very important thing, and something that's been highlighted obviously over the last couple of years since Grenfell. We are very aware of building regulations and the changes. We are already designing to those changes to make sure that fire safety is absolutely paramount, and it's something we take very, very seriously as a PLC house builder. The single staircase is allowed in building regulations and in those regulations that are emerging. The dual is a recommendation, but obviously those building regs are being revised and adapted to make sure that fire safety for residents is very, very important, and we take that incredibly seriously. But we are in compliant, I can assure you of that.
Right. Okay, Councillor Gariwal. Can I move on to Councillor Shivrav Gariwal, please? Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair, but most probably all the questions have been answered, and I have no further questions.
Okay, Gary, thanks. Councillor Bishnu Garung, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have a few questions. First thing that I would like to ask Shelley, that she mentioned that 4,000 works will be generated and permanent job as well, but she hasn't mentioned about the apprenticeship for the works. Could you please brief that one as well? And also this is the very huge project and development, but we do have some smaller project as well for affordable housing. They have offered the 40% minimum, but with this such a big project, you are offering only 35%. Why is that? Why not we can go up to the 40%? That's one question. That's second question. And third question is that you have mentioned about the transportation with turning hub in the Tesco site, but we haven't seen the slide. So I don't know how he's going to work. If you have a slide, then that would help us, because currently we have only age 28, which is very small space there and very congested. If another E1 comes up and the frequency is go up, then it is very congested place to turn around for these buses there. Other one is that you have shown on the figure that extra turning right on the sign line. And then you've got the separate from the existing turning right and the new turning right. I think, I don't know how you measure, but would not be better if you could remove the island, then confusion not be created there. That's all. Thank you.
Right. Right, who's going to pick that question up? It keeps coming
I think
on.
Sorry, there's a few questions there which I think we could spread between the team if that's okay.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
The first question was around workers, which I think was Sally, but I mean I can say that we've agreed with Hounslow officers a full package of apprenticeships and employment opportunities throughout, which we will be providing ourselves, or there is a mechanism where a payment is made if we don't, but it is fully our intention to. All our schemes have that. We will be providing apprenticeship opportunities using local labour as well, which is obviously very important, and making sure we use this local businesses and suppliers. And I think that's set out in the heads of terms within the committee report. The next one was about affordable, which Simon, if you want to come in on.
Yeah, I'll just come in on that one. So yeah, it was a question about why not more than 35%. I think it's just kind of worth clarifying policy context on this one, because I know there was references earlier to why not hitting a 50% target as well. The 50% target there in the London plan and also in the emerging documents as well is a strategic target, London-wide rather than a site-specific one, and it's applied to other sites such as those in public ownership and industrial use. The relevant policy on the fast-track approach to London to affordable housing is the London Plan Policy H5, and that requires the 35% on site with the 10-year split to agree with the council. And on this, in terms of creating a deliverable development, I know, the reference are other schemes that may have delivered higher amounts, but in terms of sheer quantity of affordable homes, the 730 to 750 affordable homes is a huge number for Hounslow, and is a significant benefit of this application.
Right.
And then
what about the bus turning, I think,
yes,
wasn't it? Yeah.
I can pick that up. So I don't know if Kiri can share an image of the plan, but there is a bus turnaround planned inside there.
I can see
inside
a bus,
the scheme on the Tesco. Yeah, so there you see. As well as bus layovers and bus stops, that has all been accounted for and checked with TfL and Hounslow Highway officers. So what you see there is the actual mobility hub, which would encourage people to use buses, cycles, car clubs, things like that. But we have planned out the full bus turnaround to ensure there is no congestion and there are adequate spaces. And then in regards to the right-hand turn, we have checked. So that obviously the traffic islands have signal heads on it to allow you to recognise that it is a right-hand turn lane. It's a conventional right turn layout, and all highway changes to highway will obviously be subject to safety audits that we'll be carrying out with TfL should we receive permission.
Right. Okay. I'll move on now to. Sorry. Yeah.
Go on, Richard.
Yeah. Okay. Can I move on to Guy Lambert? Right. Okay, Guy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, really. The first one is about cycling infrastructure, and in particular, that there's been no attempt that I can see made to address the most difficult cycling problem at that junction, which is that there is no cycling route across Syon Lane from the largely existing cycle lane particularly on the south side of the A4. So that, I mean, I mentioned that, I think, in the pre-application, nothing's been done. Second thing is really a question about the GP surgeries, the GP arrangement that you're providing. It seems to me it's as Ogra say, it does seem to me to be in the wrong place. It's not really accessible by public transport, and equally many people will want to because people going to doctors are generally not in superb health. Many will want to access by car, and my understanding is that there's no provision for that. So perhaps you could clarify that. The third point that's been raised to me is a contradiction in what's being said about the use of gas boilers. The report says that they'll only be used when the heat pumps fail, and yet when your representative was talking about it, that he said that they'd use it when it was a bit cold. These are not the same things, completely different story. So I'd like you to clarify that. The other thing is something that's rather dear to our hearts in Brentford. That you talk about fire safety and what a responsible developer you are, but in the heart of Brentford, right next to the A4, not half a mile away from that, is the Paragon building built by Barclay, which has been completely evacuated because it's unsafe. You know, I think it's 900 people have been basically kicked out of there because it wasn't safe to keep them there, having been subject to a couple of years worth of rectification work that didn't work. So perhaps you could reassure me that Barclay have changed its spots since the Paragon was built. Thanks.
Yep, sure. Again, we might have to share these share these out a bit. But in terms of the cycling infrastructure, obviously, we are creating new cycle routes around both. I do acknowledge that if you're on the south side going west, I think that's what you're referring to. It stops essentially, and you have to go across there. That is something we looked at with TfL and Hounslow, and perhaps Hounslow officers could speak to that, but including a crossing there would have created too much disruption to traffic and increased that waiting times. But we have committed as part of this to go back and look at that in the future. And if that allows to review, then we can, there is a package there to then put in a new crossing there, which would help with that.
A cycle lane that doesn't deal with dangerous junctions is pretty well completely pointless, but thanks for that.
Yeah, and in terms of the GP surgeries, I mean, obviously they are very close to the mobility hub that we were just looking at there. There are spaces for disabled people to, if they need to visit, obviously to be dropped off nearby as well, which I think is important. But obviously we would be encouraging public transport and people living nearby, obviously the residents there, residents living near, who will be able to walk to the GP surgery as well. The heat pump, so the gas boilers are there as backup. So if for any reason, but the air source heat pumps do not work, the gas boilers are there to make sure people are not left without heating. Now that could be just a failure in the pump, or it could be that it is in a very, very cold condition where unfortunately the air source heat pump does not function. So hopefully, does that make sense? Is that clear?
there is
It's
backup.
just disappointing that there's a complete contradiction from the officer's report, which says there will be only used if the air source heat pump breaks, and what you're saying now, which is that we use
It's there as backup.
in
Okay.
different circumstances.
It's just there as backup in case of failure, basically. And we can't leave people without heat, obviously, which should be a bad thing. And then obviously Paragon, that was vacated by the freeholder. That was their own decision to do that. I can't speak to that. We are cooperating fully with the freeholder, Notting Hill, in the investigations of that building. Those investigations are still ongoing, and I can't comment any further to the findings of those investigations as they aren't complete. But I can assure you, Councillor, that Berkeley are a well-respected FTSE 100 company. We deliver thousands of homes across the capital to a very high standard. That scheme was a number of years ago, but I'd be delighted out of lockdown or out of COVID to show you around any of our local schemes and the quality there. And obviously we have delivered a number in Hounslow as well. And we take great pride in the quality and the safety of those.
Right. Okay, can I move on to Councillor Malik? Kulik? Do you have any questions, Kulik?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
I have got a few questions, please. So my first question would be for developer to answer that. Where does it say the GLA strongly supports the proposal? I have read the papers and would like to be directed to where it says so. That's the first question. Secondly, can I ask if resident will be able to raise question based on what the developer has said, as it isn't that the best practice, rather than the developer being able to tailor response to the resident, it is how every other council does it and how we have traditionally done it. I'm concerned this could open us to judicial review. Second question. Yes. Third question. 30 million as a part of sale is something developer has to pay. If you had a choice, you would pay less. What actually infrastructure would the 30 million will support? Fourth question. Zero carbon. Do we expect local residents to breathe poor air because it is offset elsewhere? What is being done to improve the environment within the area, not elsewhere? The 4,000 spaces is a lot less than policy. So how can they say that? Last bit. Dual staircase is a recommendation, but accepting a single staircase does not show that they are taking the fire safety seriously. Thank you, Chair.
Right.
Okay, again, that myself and Simon can answer those. The GLA support is in their stage 1 report. I can read it here. The overall design and layout of the PROS scheme is supported and complies with the overall arching design principles. And in my speech, I was referring to the design, which obviously encompasses the height in there as well. I believe it is in the committee report as well in terms of where the committee, where the feedback from consultation is. But I'm reading verbatim from the GLA's report there that it is supported. Simon, do you want to pick up the affordable housing level again?
Yeah, just to reiterate in terms of the affordable housing policy and where we sit with it, we are at the 35% homes on each site with a 10-year split that's been agreed with Hounslow offices, which is in compliance with the fast track approach as set out in the London Plan policy and that's an approach that's been agreed both with Hounslow officers and with the GLA, as well as complying with the London Planner proposal policy to for fast track affordable housing.
And then the next query was around SIL. What does it actually go to? Obviously, that's the money spent by Hounslow, and the councillors decide on sort of where those projects go to. Perhaps officers again could speak to that, but it's a vast amount of money. It's there to ensure the impact of those schemes are catered for. And beyond that, there is a large package of scheme benefits that we are delivering on site. Obviously, the affordable homes is one. The amount of green space is there. We've got those community spaces. We've got the new Tesco, obviously, as well, and that has a community space within it. We have, obviously, the employment and training packages as part of that. There's a huge net gain in terms of biodiversity, 127% on the Tesco site, which is accounting for air quality and ensuring that those local areas are better. Those will make a massive difference. The new trees, the new planting, the new green spaces. We are creating 7,000 square meters of play space as well as the works to the Gillette Corner Junction, which are considerable, and it will make that a much safer and better junction itself. So that's trying to cover that point. Hopefully that answers your question. In terms of zero carbon, as I said before, we have made significant advances, making 60% reduction in carbon emissions in a residential scheme is a very good step, and we want to continue that. Unfortunately, to get to a full net zero carbon position is not feasible at this time on large sites like this, and so that's why that offset payment is there, which will be invested to make sure there is an offset. The next question was something about 4,000 spaces, but I didn't quite catch all of it. I was wondering if you could repeat it.
Thank you. The 4,000 spaces is a lot less than policy. So how can you say that, please? Sorry, say it again. Can I? This is the 4,000 square meter I'm talking about.
Of which spaces? Sorry, could you clarify?
The spaces around your project.
Are you talking about the communal amenity space?
Correct.
That the developments provide. Yeah. So there
for community space.
Sorry. Yeah. So there is communal amenity space provided on this 4,000 square meters on the home base site, and I think it's over 8,000 square meters on the Tesco site, and that's in over and above that. There's all the publicly accessible space at ground floor level on the Tesco site. So kind of overall, there's huge improvements in areas that the residents can access. In addition to their private balconies, they'll have access to these communal areas, which in terms of a scheme such as this with high density residential, it's a really good amount of communal amenity space, and is considerably higher than a lot of the other schemes that you'll have seen normally coming through for this type of development in Hounslow.
Chair, can I ask a question around the community space? I believe that
I thought you just had, actually. I thought that was what you were talking about.
No, this is not clarification. I just need clarification, and if you don't mind.
It's not clarification, or it is clarification?
No, I just want to clarify the question which I asked for community space.
Right. Okay. Okay. I thought that's right. What you were talking about earlier. Yeah. Go on.
Thank you, Chair. The recommended policy says since the COVID is there, that over 9,000 square meter, whereas you are suggesting 4,000 square meter community space, which is lot less than recommended policies.
No, 4 and 8 is 12.
Sorry, say it again.
That's Mel saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 4 and 8 is 12.
I think that was the point that I was addressing there in terms of the provision of the communal amenity space.
Okay.
All right. Okay. You all right there, colleague, now?
The last bit, which was the dual staircase, was recommended, but whereas single staircase was taking. How could you say that you're taking safety seriously when there is one staircase instead of two staircase was recommended?
I'm saying that we do take the regulations, and they're being reviewed, and we will comply them as they go forward in order to make sure that the homes are fully safe. We have sprinklers as well, which obviously make a massive difference, and is very different to what would have been the case at Grenfell if there had been sprinklers in that block. But you are allowed single staircase cores, and obviously the advancement in terms of non-combustible materials, making sure there is none of those in either building, either application site, is obviously a big difference as well.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can I move on now, Councillor Meir? Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Well, all the questions been asked and addressed by my colleagues, so no question from my end. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ina. Okay, Councillor Salman Shaheen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So a couple of questions. So first of all, Simon in this presentation, I believe it was said that there would be some glimpsed views of the site from the towpath along the Thames, looking over Scion House. And, you know, my question is, are you talking about glimpsed views as in you would hardly see it above the trees, or are you talking about glimpsed views because people would be walking along and it wouldn't be for very long? I'd like to clarify, because that is a site, and for those of you who know it, if you're looking across past Scion House with the wildflower meadows of Kew behind you, that's not a site you walk quickly away from. That is one of the most beautiful spots of the Thames in London. So it's a very important distinction. Is it glimpsed because you're walking past it, or is it glimpsed because it just peeps above everything else? The second point and question I have is for Duncan. You mentioned that only a portion of the feedback overall has been negative. That sort of, to me, smacks a little bit of Richard Nixon and his silent majority. Whereas what we have on paper here is that there have been around 500 objections in the first instance versus only 25 in support. Now, obviously, Councillor Ajmer Gerwal has asked you the question, what have you done in mitigation? But what I want to ask, building on that, is what are you willing to do? It's quite clear that the vast majority of residents that we can see on paper, maybe you have access to information that we don't, but the vast majority of representations that we as councillors have been overwhelmingly negative about this. And I'd like to know whether you are willing to compromise further than you already have. Now, most of those objections, in many cases, centre around the height. Are you willing to compromise? I'm not saying necessarily as far down as 6 stories, as most people seem to be coalescing towards, but is there any room for compromise beyond the compromises you've already made? Thank you.
I think our heritage consultant can actually, it's fine to speak now, so Kevin, if you want to.
Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. Thanks, Councillor. I think the answer to your question is that the experience of the developments in views is both kinetic and static. You will glimpse it when you are walking along the towpath from the towpath adjacent to Kew Gardens, looking across Scion. You will glimpse it also if you stand still and look for it. The point being that in both cases, it is a glimpsed and fleeting view. but neither development sits tall on the skyline. You need to look for it. And I think the very detailed and extensive Townscape Views exercise demonstrates that. In each and every case, when looking at the developments from a distance and from these highly sensitive locations, as you say, the visibility of the developments is very limited, whether you're walking along or whether you're standing still and looking for it. Now, the point is that that's pretty normal for even the most valuable heritage assets. Some of the most valuable heritage are experienced in 360 degrees by an observer in the context of other developments. Now, that may cause harm. It doesn't automatically cause harm. But the level of harm when you're talking about glimpsed and fleeting views has to be either low or none, because simply by virtue of the nature of that experience, you're not experiencing a significant effect from the developments because, frankly, you can't see very much of the developments at a distance. There's obviously an entirely different scenario when you're up close and in the context of the A4 and when you're looking at developments in the context of the Gillette building. But I think your question related to those assets further afield, and the answer to your question is we're talking about a glimpsed and fleeting experience of the developments from the vicinity of those heritage assets.
Right. Hopefully that's answered that part of that question, Councillor. And then your other question was around the portion of local support. I think what I was trying to set out there was that there are a number of objections. They are duplicated because there are two applications, and they're duplicated again because we submitted and then had a resubmission to actually address consultation feedback. And obviously they come from a portion of people who of the local resident associations. I think what I'm trying to say is that there are obviously businesses there, there's people who work there, people who go to school there. There's more than just that. And you know, on our online surveys, we had 3,500 survey voters, 17,000 questions. You can tell I've got stats now. So, you know, and they responded positively about, do you want to see change? Do you want to see new community spaces? Do you want to see a new GP? That's where all these things were coming from. And the green spaces, even like they wanted to see a pub, obviously in there as well. So, you know, we've created those spaces, we've shaped the designs around the feedback that we were receiving. And we've developed the schemes to respond to that feedback. Now, obviously, the 17 stories headline is something we cannot reduce because it reduces the number of homes that we can deliver and the number of public benefits that are in front of you today. But we have shaped the architecture and the massing to try and reduce those impacts as much as possible and bring forward the spaces that will be enjoyed around those buildings. And as Kevin said, the impacts there are more than outweighed by the benefits and are, we believe, supportable. Hopefully that answers that.
Chair, if I may, a supplementary.
Go on then, Salman.
Thank you. Duncan, thank you very much for your answers there. I mean, you say 17 stories you cannot reduce. Are you saying that if it's 16 stories, it wouldn't be commercially viable? If it was 15 stories, it wouldn't be commercially viable? Why cannot you reduce it? I mean, I appreciate why you don't want to, but why can't you?
Well, it would reduce the overall package that we are putting in front of you today, which is to try and deliver as many homes as we can, and affordable homes as well as all the other public benefits we've mentioned. So it would reduce our offer, and that's why we can't reduce. I should mention also that obviously the Tesco site, the former Tesco site, is an outline application. We've set parameters which go up to an equivalent of 17 stories. And the idea is that we will be coming back to committee with the reserve matters to show you the quality of those homes and for further assessment as well. And I think that's a valid point to make.
So I would just say that strikes me you might call it semantics, but it does sound to me like you just don't want to reduce it. It doesn't mean you can't reduce it.
Right, we get the chance to debate shortly, Salman, so we're in question time at the moment. But have you finished with your questions?
If I just add like a question mark at the end of what I just said in a rising Californian inflection, it'll sound like a question.
What I will do at the end, I will give anybody that still wants to come back with a question to do so. That's the normal way. We go through them all, then I ask, is there anybody got any more questions? Okay? Right. So if I could now move on to Councillor Todd.
Hi, Duncan.
Hi.
How are you? You kindly wrote to me and others, sending me a beautiful brochure, which cost me a fortune to print out, but that's another story. In your letter, you say, presenting the application proposal to you, we've made a number of positive improvements around affordable housing. I think we dealt with low carbon, design and massing.
Yeah.
I'm still baffled why you need to go to 17, but I thought I'd give you the opportunity to clarify what you've done. And if I could add a caveat, one of my colleagues mentioned the mayor and the GLA. You're aware that your scheme was rejected by the mayor of London and it was sent back to Hounslow to hopefully agree. Can you put those two things together if possible?
Which scheme are you referring to that was rejected?
Both.
This scheme's not been rejected by the mayor at any point.
Well, you clearly haven't read the report. He rejected it and sent it back to Hounslow.
No, that's his stage 1 report as part of the application. He comments on it, but he hasn't rejected it. That's part of his stage 2, which happens after your votes tonight.
Okay, well, he said it didn't comply with the London plan.
He says it doesn't fully comply with all the policies, but that isn't a rejection as such. That's a commentary against it.
I'm sorry you play on words rather than facts. He was unhappy with it. Can we agree?
And we've made further changes to that and that's part of the resubmission that we made in January as well. Yeah.
Can you help me about what submissions you made to relieve that?
Yes. Of course. I mean, Simon, you're probably
yeah. Shall I just come in there in terms of the the stage 1 report? In the way it was set out is a very normal way of applications going to a stage 1 report, in that what they will do is they will set out, they can't say at that stage, because of where it is in the application process, that this is fully signed off. That's what happens at the stage 2 after the boroughs had their stay. The stage 1 report was for both schemes was very positive, and what it said is this is what you need to do in order to fully comply with the London plan. There were points in there in terms of clarifications of securing the affordable housing. There were some design details, particularly on the home-based development, where clearly they endorsed the principle of the scale of the buildings, but wanted to see that they were the highest quality. And there were some particular comments around the eastern facade on the home-based development and what they wanted to see there. And we've had discussions with them since then in sharing the details of how that's changed, and they've agreed that it has addressed their comments. So we're very confident of the support from the GLA in terms of going back to them once you've had the opportunity to make your decision.
Can I return to your letter? You mentioned officers have recommended the report, and you mentioned there are concerns from some parts of the local community. Do you believe those people from the local community who've made representations are a significant group, a minority group, or what?
They're the residents association for the local area. They are very important. I completely acknowledge that, and that's why we've worked with them since the start. We've had numerous meetings with them. I'm very sorry that they don't think that we have listened to them, but I can assure you we've made numerous changes to both schemes to try to do that. as we've listed, we've included a number of different things. We've adjusted massing, we've improved the design. We in fact chose the architects as part of a CLG that we created. So there has been a long, going back to 18 months worth of consultation, meetings. We've walked around the sites with them in order to try and understand the routes better. Things like segregated cycle routes and better pedestrian crossing have all come from consultation. So in the recent resubmission, we've included that at-grade crossing that's now going to be delivered. So these are all very important things to people who live locally and will be able to use those spaces. There is obviously people are very transfixed on the overall maximum height, but the design itself has been changed to improve it and to have the highest quality residential homes that we want to deliver, and we do as a company. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, well, I mean, I've been on the planning committee for some while. It's a respected group, but what's interesting in their submission, they're for a scheme, but the sole objection is the height and density. And can I just come on to paragraph 8166 on page 249 of the officer's report? It talks about the acceptability of tall buildings on this site should be assessed against the criteria with the LP policy D9, noting that the site does not fall within one of the areas identified as being suitable for tall buildings, given it does not front the A4 Golden Mile and the GWC local plan is not adopted. What do you say to that?
Yeah, if I can come in on that, because there's obviously several policies at play here. You have the adopted policy in the Hounslow local plan, which does talk about the potential for taller buildings along the Great West Road, and I think that's where that reference to clearly on the home base site you've got a frontage onto the Great West Road, but on the Tesco site you don't. And conversely, in the emerging local plan policies that you're looking at, they're promoting a cluster of taller buildings on the Tesco site and not on the home base site. But what all of the policies say is that where unless a local plan, an adopted local plan has endorsed a taller building in that location already, you have to fully test and robustly assess the development against all the criteria in that D9, which is exactly what we've done. So Townscape, heritage, wind, daylight, high quality design, all of those things are exactly what have been assessed and have been scrutinised by officers, and the conclusions are there in terms of where the developments deliver against those policies, and we're in agreement with the conclusions of your planning officers in terms of finding the developments to be overall in compliance with the development plan, and where there is harm, that it's substantially outweighed by the benefits.
Okay, can I move on, Chair, with your permission?
Sure.
The helpful reports from the Hounslow Design Review Panel. Have you seen them, Matthew? Duncan, sorry.
Yes, yeah.
You have. I mean, they're quite scathing as to your ability to meet the brief. I'm happy to read it if not, but it's in the submissions from the objectors.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I hope that doesn't sound too harsh, but it's really telling you get back on the board. It's a pity they didn't give more evidence. But I suppose I have this nagging feeling when I read the report, and this is an overdevelopment. This is putting as much as you can on a very small site and incurring all the related issues, lack of play space, light, sunlight, all those sort of things. So why didn't you, what was your response to the design review?
We had a process of 2 separate design review panels. The first one was pre-submission, and we did respond to that and take on board their comments in terms of residential quality, the routes around it, You know, design is subjective. You know, I think we can agree to that. And we took on board as many of their comments as we could. Obviously, they do feel that there perhaps is too much, but we're delivering the homes that we need to in an opportunity area. We're delivering the new Tesco store. We're delivering all the public benefits. And again, that's only right in an opportunity area like this. We feel the design, you know, is of very high quality. They're striking looking buildings. There'll be enjoyable spaces to be in, and officers have obviously assessed those impacts, and they're all committed to in the report there that they feel they are justifiable.
Okay, just as a final point on that one, I presume, were you served a copy of these papers? Did you have sign off on the way forward from Hounslow, or isn't that part of the process?
No, we don't have sign off of council papers, no.
Okay, can I move on finally to the heritage issue? And I'm happy to take you through the evidence presented by Kew and Historic England, who make a clear case of a serious intrusion by your project. Both have credibility, and both provide evidence. In the report, it mentions a recent planning application in this borough on the Chiswick Curve, where the inspectors said that a tree skirt is not a defence against intrusive property. I'm summarising now. I hope you'll let me do that. I'm giving you the opportunity to respond to that. It seems both make a powerful case that in some instances it is a material intrusion on one of the most important sites in the United Kingdom, if not elsewhere. So I'd like to respond to that, please.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor. There's 2 points there. One is the nature of the Tesco and home-based sites in contrast to the nature of Chiswick Curve or indeed Albany Riverside or the Citron site. There's a different relationship between those sites and Chiswick Curve, for instance, and Kew and Sion. Homebase and Tesco are quite simply located in a different relationship to those heritage assets. So that's one really important point, in that if you develop even densely on the Homebase and Tesco sites, you're having a different effect on the setting of Kew and Sion, which, you know, we would certainly agree are hugely important heritage assets. But that brings me to the second point, which comes in 2 parts. We respectfully disagree profoundly with the points made by Historic England and Kew in respect of the effects from Homebase and Tesco on the setting of those heritage assets. You know, I'm sorry, I can't use any other word than exaggerated. I think the claims are exaggerated regarding the visual effect and the effect on the setting of the heritage assets, quite simply because of what's been discussed already and evidenced in the extensive and detailed Townscape visual impact assessment in the series of multiple views, 20-something, 30-something views. Those views from Kew and from the towpath looking across Sion clearly demonstrate that we're not talking about Chiswick Curve popping up in full view of the World Heritage Site. We're talking about, as I discussed earlier, glimpsed views that you've got to work hard to find. We demonstrate clearly that there is no visibility from within Kew Gardens itself. The evidence is there in the Townscape view. There is no visibility whatsoever from within the boundary of the gardens. Other views, say from the towpath, are glimpsed views, and our views, the verified views, clearly show that. But from the final point is one I'd like to really strongly reiterate. Kew and Historic England's comments operate from a position that any kind of visibility is automatically harmful. And I'm sorry, but particularly Historic England should be aware that that is not provided for in legislation, in national policy, in local policy, in regional policy, or in any kind of guidance. The fact that you can see something is not automatically harmful. The fact that you can just about glimpse something in the context of a very valuable heritage asset immediately indicates what your officers have set out in their report. There may be some low level of less than substantial harm. We don't actually agree with that, but we recognise that your officers have come to that conclusion.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Councillor Mayor, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one on the car parking that they, I think Duncan touched on earlier. What was the ratio of number of car parking to the resident in those buildings? And I mean, that could be a potential concern. Should there be a low number of car parking, because that could potentially have an impact on the parking in the vicinity.
Yeah, so we've got 100 residential spaces on the home base site, or 99, and we've got 400 car parking spaces for residents on the Osterley site, which is around about 25% ratio. It should be mentioned that there's a number of existing CPZs around there, and no residents of the new developments would have permits to park in those CPZs. And there's also, officers have agreed a review of the local areas to ensure that if CPZs are needed, that they could be put in as well. But it isn't our experience that there would be an influx of more cars than that. Car ownership is reducing. And as we said, we've introduced a number of car club spaces, for example, which are becoming more and more popular. We are encouraging sustainable transport so that people are less reliant on cars. And if anything, are travelling more locally nowadays as part of sort of low carbon neighbourhoods. But that ratio we feel is justified for our for sale apartments. And we, in our experience, we don't have any more than that.
Right. Okay. Right. Before we move on, can I just check that? Is there any members that have any further questions which applying to matters that we've not touched on? They've got questions that they wish to ask. Would they?
Yes, Chair. I've got two quick ones, if I may.
Okay, Mel.
Yeah. So one of my first question was almost touched on, but then wasn't, and that is, can someone from the team give me a good idea of your lighting policy and how that will work? And that links in very nice to my second question. Have you been in touch with our local Safer Neighbourhood team to make sure that this scheme, as it progresses, is designing out crime? Thank you, Chair.
It's in the fucking report.
Oh, well, thank you for that.
That wasn't me, I can assure you.
That was very magnanimous of the person. Without the expletive, please. Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, that wasn't from us from the consultant team.
I knew it. No, I know it wasn't. No.
In regards to the lighting policy, it's sort of around the homes. Is that what you mean, or on the streets,
yeah,
or in the spaces, or?
Yes, on the two sites as a whole, yeah, because sometimes you get sites that are just totally inadequate of lighting. So I've asked this question many times on a number of issues, and with regards to the person that made the comment, I haven't got the whole report. Otherwise, it would have taken a Pantechnicon to get it to me.
Just to
and
say,
I do apologise to you, sir, for interrupting, and I apologise to the chair as well.
No problem, Mel. Let's just move on. Right.
Yeah. So in terms of lighting, there is we've got sections within our design and access statements and in the design codes on the outline to ensure safe lighting around the sites. I think you can see that in a couple of the CGIs. And that we flashed up before of the clean air route, where you can see well-lit streets, that we want them to be as safe as possible and create active frontages onto those routes, which obviously they don't at the moment, being large car parks, in order to do that. But that's something that will be conditioned and we'll bring forward as well to make sure officers can approve that and ensure adequate levels. I agree with this, it's very important. And on the safe neighbourhood, we have and we will continue to as we bring forward, and we're very keen that obviously residents and community groups work with the safe neighbourhood teams, and also we have worked to Safe by Design standards, and we will continue to engage with them to ensure all the spaces are as safe as possible.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mel. Any other questions from anybody? No?
Yes, please, Chair. I've got a couple of supplementaries. One is going back to the silent majority question. You mentioned that, I mean, I sort of look at all this list of people who are not in the silent majority, they're in the noisy minority, of which there are quite a lot. And you say that people say they're in favour of more amenity space and more trees and flowers and what have you, which is not a great surprise. But I'm just wondering what questions were asked to get this silent majority view that they like this development.
Can I just, I mean, silent majority was not my words. I'm not saying that there is a silent majority. I'm just saying there is more than just the resident association's views to be accounted for, and obviously gave examples of local school children, local workers, local employers and businesses as an example of that. But yeah, I mean, we ask questions to shape the design, saying what would you like to see here? What routes are important? What spaces do you want being brought forward? And all of it helped as we created the space, the designs that are in front of you tonight, really. You know, we took on board that actually at the first meeting with Ogre, they didn't like the design of the home-based building. We completely redesigned it. We selected the architect with the local resident association. So, you know, I do think there is an enormous amount of willing there, and you know, it is our intention to keep working with local people and local homeowners and local neighbours to ensure that it is the best design possible. And obviously, we can do that through the outline application.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I've got another question which is sort of confusing me a bit, which is if I look at the Mayor's response, the stage 1 report, he says 38% affordable housing by habitable room comprised entirely of London affordable rent accommodation. But yes, it's not that anymore, is it? Because half of it is shared ownership.
Just to clarify, that's his response on the home base application, which is 100% London affordable rent. And then there was a separate report for the Osterley side.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Right then, can we move on? Right, I'm now going to ask the officers and Matthew, I presume. I'm sorry, Matthew, for that I skipped over you at the beginning. But if you'd like to respond at the moment or come back with any points that you wish to. Thank you, Matthew.
That's fine, Chair. I feel a bit silly doing this, coming in and doing a presentation, given you've just had 3.5 hours of detailed debate on it. But I'm going to do that anyway, if that's okay, to provide the presentation, just to make sure that we're all on board with this, all on the same page as to exactly where we stand. So I'm going to get my presentation up on the screen, and hopefully you will be seeing it shortly. But I'll start off by saying I'm presenting the scheme, but there's a number of us on the from the local planning authority side to answer questions. We've got transport officers, housing officers, and the 2 case officers, Kiri and Shane, are here as well. So they're available to answer any questions that you have, and I will most likely defer to them on a number of the issues that have been raised up to this point. I will start off by saying, obviously, 2 applications, you're well aware of that. They are integrally linked. I'm guessing everyone knows why at the moment, but essentially it's because Tesco gets knocked down on the existing Tesco sites, Homebase gets knocked down on the Homebase site, they move Tesco to Homebase, build homes on top of the new Tesco store, and then the Tesco site as existing is put aside for housing. What I do need to be clear on is that the Homebase application is a full planning application, so one that you're familiar with, all of the information provided to you to make a decision on. The Tesco site, the current Tesco site is an outline planning application, which may be a reason why there is some information not provided at this stage. So the purpose of an outline application is to give you an idea and impression of the scale and nature of the proposal being put forward, but a number of matters are reserved for a future date. So there's a reserved matters here, which may, so we may not have all the information up to this point. That's the very nature of these applications, but there should be enough information here for you to give you comfort in the decision-making process. And yeah, as has been referred to, this application is subject to a stage 2 referral to the Mayor of London following the stage 1 referral that's already been undertaken and referred to. I'll quickly run through the slides. I'm guessing most people know where we are, but this is at the far western side of the Great West Corridor Opportunity Area. The slide you're looking at the moment primarily shows a Tesco site, but you can see the home base site in the bottom right-hand corner. If you're not exactly familiar with what's around the site, looking at Tesco starting off, the Sky campus is to the north of the site, Goals is to the north of the site, northwest of the site, and then to the southwest you've got 2-storey residential properties. You can see Nishcam School and Future Boulder Academy to the north and west, and then to the east you've got the Gillette Tower, Ostley Park to the northwest, Scion Park to the southeast. Scion Lane Station is just at the bottom right of that screen as you look at it at the moment. And then the home base sites, bottom right of this picture as you're looking at it, to the right, to the east is the Skoda factory. To the west is the office building that members approved last year, 6 stories, this has been referred to already. And then to the southwest, is similar to the other site, is a 2-storey residential. To the southeast is a railway line, and then again residential just beyond that.
Matthew, sorry, excuse me. Could you put it in slideshow mode? We'd have a better chance of.
Right, I will do, Councillor, and you're quite right to say so, because there's going to be some smaller size moving forward. The only problem is that sometimes it slows my screen down and I can't move through it very quickly. So you have my apologies in advance for that. But yeah, probably worth it. So I'm hoping it's showing at the moment. Is that okay?
Not to me. I can't see anything.
It's not showing yet.
Okay. You may well have to bear with me then. Sorry, this is what happens when we put it onto slideshow mode on Teams.
There we go.
Is it
up now.
Great. So hopefully I'm moving through to the next slide as we speak.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see it on my screen now. Hang on, bear with me, sorry.
You went on to.
You've got site plan and aerial of site.
Right, okay. I can't see the slides that I'm showing at the moment, but I'll try and do it from memory. So the next is an aerial view. So it's not showing you a huge amount more than you've seen in the previous slide anyway, but it gives you a fair idea of where the sites are in proximity to each other. And then there is another aerial view, which I hope you're looking at the moment, focusing on the home base site and the surrounds of that, and also an aerial view showing the site as it's existing. If I start describing something that's not on the slide, please do let me know. So starting to move through some photos. So you're going to be seeing some photos of the existing home base site at the moment. You can see the Gillette factory looking down the Great West Road, and the office building that is currently under construction just opposite the site. You will hopefully be seeing Scion Lane and properties on Northumberland Gardens. So those properties in Northumberland Gardens are the one directly opposite the home base sites.
I don't think we're actually seeing any photos at the moment. We're still seeing the site plan and the aerial of site plan.
Cancel my requests.
I'm cancelling your request, Councillor. I will go back, but there will be a couple of slides I'll try and get up in big form anyway, because you're quite right. You need to be able to see them. Right, shutting down the presentation, and I'll reload it again. Excuse me. So hopefully you're seeing the
photographs. That was.
So now you got photographs. Okay, I'll go back to the start of the photographs, but I've already spoken of them. So hopefully you're seeing on the screen now existing site, Great West Corridor, the developed factory in the office building, Scion Lane, properties opposite Scion Lane, and then again Scion Lane, properties opposite the site, and the new building on the junction of Scion Lane and Northumberland Avenue. So hopefully I'm back to where we were before. Now looking at the eastern boundary between home base and the Skoda factory, the looking towards the Skoda factory on the Great West Road, and there's the underpass. If you're not familiar with it, the underpass, it goes under the Great West Road, quite pertinent because it's going to link the two sites.
Matthew, you're still on the site plan.
I was about to say it's not moving.
All right, one more time, I'm going to shut down the presentation. I'll let it
Wait
settle.
till we get to next year's technology.
Oh,
We'll be blinded by it.
Right, I'm trying again. Excuse me, everyone. Right. Can I double check what you're seeing now? Sorry.
Yeah, we're seeing some photographs now.
Great. I'm not going to repeat the
Inside,
photographs.
view from Scion Lane.
You're looking at home base and the new building there, the new access self-store.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm showing you the photos again. I won't describe them again. I've already described them. Scion Lane, Northumberland Gardens properties. Again, we're on Scion Lane, looking at the new builds. The underpass is there. Looking also at the land to the east of the home base site. The Skoda factory, yeah, the subway under the Great West Road that links the two sites. And now hopefully I'm finally back as to where I was before, a view eastward along Great West Road and New Horizons Court. So sorry for that, thanks for letting me know. Right, so now focusing on the home base site. So this is a proposal for 473 new homes, 164 of which would be social rented. Obviously, the supermarket comes in at ground floor level, 400 parking spaces, and it's a between 4 and 74 stories tall building. The one that you're looking at the moment is possibly a good way of showing how the site's laid out. You can see the Tesco store is at ground floor level. 2 levels of car parking, a podium garden above the car park, and then the residential on top. The next slide is the site layout, but I'm not going to linger on it because there's a better one coming up, which I'm going to linger on, which is this one. So hopefully this fairly well demonstrates the Tesco store at ground level, 2 stories of parking, the podium, and then you can see the scale of the building. So as we look at it, the 17-story tower is on the Great West Road frontage. The 47710 section of the proposal is onto Scion Lane. So hope that orientates you somewhat as to the scale of the building. So the 17 stories is right on the Great West Road frontage. Then moving through, this is a slide that shows you access to the sites, the properties itself. So you can see the residence lobby is on Scion Lane, and then the supermarket entrances are surrounding the site, primarily from the northern side. This is the podium level landscaping that has been discussed. Not a huge amount to show you on that one. Then I'll linger on this one a little bit because this shows you the elevations. So the Great West Road elevation shows again the 17-story element and how the proposal steps up and down from the Scion Lane frontage. The southern side from the railway line, the eastern elevation is what you would see from the Skoda side, and then the actual Scion Lane elevation is what you'd see from the properties to the west of the site. Again, another layout, but this time it's showing, referring to the layout of the new units, what would they look like, separation distances between them, and then I'm moving on to some visuals, which gives you a good idea of what it would actually look like if approved and constructed. Fairless shows the stepping effect in the 17-story tower. This is looking at it from looking down the Great West Road. Again, towards the tower elements of the scheme. This one's on Scion Lane. And this one is now looking down Northumberland Avenue towards the site. So Northumberland Avenue runs parallel to the Great West Road. Right, so I have some visuals of what the podium would look like, which I'll move through reasonably quickly. Another visual, this time from Scion Lane, again looking down towards the site with the Gillette factory in the foreground, and this is the next slide is going to be quite important. So I'm sorry if you can't see them. This is going to be a bit painful, but what we're going to show you is some views that have been talked about from some important viewpoints around the site. So this gives you an idea of where we are. So the site is obviously where the home base site is at the moment, and then Royal Botanic Gardens, as you can easily see, is outlined in red, and then Scion Park just to the west of that, to the southeast of the application site. Now, this is what you're going to be seeing. So you're going to be seeing some views from these viewpoints, which I'll start with this one. From within Scion Park start, first of all, you're seeing outlined in blue and red the respective development sites, and I really hope this is one that you can see, or indeed, if you're having problems seeing it, it may well be because it's obscured by trees, which is one of the key things that we're probably going to be talking about a little bit later on. So I'm moving through some views on Scion Park, first of all. So this is the access road into Scion Park. And now I'm moving into so this is the Scion Park Vista, which has been talked about as being very important. In fact, I'll move to the next slide. So obviously looking towards Scion House now from the Kew Gardens World Heritage Site, and this is the big vista. This is the important one. And what these visuals are showing you, this is a good one, is what the scheme would look like from this important key vista. And I mean, essentially what it's showing you is it's hidden behind trees. This is a winter view of the scheme. You wouldn't see it from this vista because of the trees and landscaping that block the view of the buildings. Moving through, I've got a couple more. I think this is this time it's a vista from further into Scion, facing the sites. Sorry, no, further back, facing the sites. This is the ferry gates, and this is a view again from the riverbank towards the site. So sorry if they're not very clear, but essentially they're showing as best we can an outline of the proposed development and what it would look like, how it would be impacted on from all of these key views. I think the important thing is to show that we've done this assessment, and this is hopefully giving you an idea of what we mean, what the applicant means, what we mean by glimpsed views obscured by landscaping and such. I'll happily revisit any of those if you've got questions on it. But I will move on to the Tesco site this time. So that's the outline of the Tesco site. This proposal is the outline application for 1,677 new homes up to. So the nature of this outline application is that they're suggesting that there's going to be up to 1,677 new homes and providing the parameters of how that would be provided. Then 3,000 to 5,000 square meters of flexible floor space, to be confirmed what that would be. 20,000 square meters of publicly accessible open space. Enhanced water gardens, I'll come to that in a second. 400 parking spaces, and this building would be 2 to 17 stories in height. So again, we're talking 17 stories. And I will move through the slides again. So there's the aerial view. It's just worth noting that the scale of the car park there is quite apparent. It's hard surfacing. It's something that the applicants have suggested are trying to address by revising the sites. Some photos of the site. You are now looking at Tesco and its car park, and then we have photos of it from Scion Lane, the petrol filling station on the site. Grant Way, which is the road that leads down to Skye, so this is just to the east of the site, and then McFarlane Lane goes down to Goals, so we're on the northern side of the site. Again, please do say if you want me to come back to one of these photos. This is a parameter plan, so this shows you where the built form would be going. But I think I've actually got a better slide, so I'll move on to that one. So this is an illustrative master plan, and I hope you can see it fairly well because it's trying to show you where the publicly accessible open space will be. It's in 3 key areas. So one is called the clearing, which is centre east of this picture. That's the more vibrant, publicly accessible, inviting people in space, which is going to have the commercial element surrounding around it. The meander is central left of this picture, which is more reserved for residents. And then the water gardens, it's an existing feature, but it will be improved as part of the scheme. And they're suggesting this is an access way through the site. This illustrative master plan shows you the heights. Lots of talk of the 17 stories. There is a single element that is 17 stories, which is towards the centre of this slide. The bulk of them 15 stories to the northern ends. Just to point out that when you go down to the Scion Lane frontage, it's broadly 6 stories, stepping up to 7, and then it steps up towards the centre of the site. Again, so this is a landscaping strategy, just bringing your attention to the clearing, the meander and the water gardens. And then we have a 3D master plan. Again, so that hopefully illustrates to you the scale of development, how it steps up towards the back of the site, what it looks like in proximity to neighbouring dwellings, and then some visuals. So this is the clearing. So this is the more community-based space where public invited into the commercial elements of the scheme. The meander, the quieter residential orientated aspect of the proposal. The water gardens, so to the north of the site, a 3D visual of that. And then this is a visual of the proposal when viewed from Scion Lane. They've put the Gillette factory in the background, and that's showing you the scale that you would be seeing it from when walking along the public section of the road. These are quite important because these are what the sections are going to look like. Again, maybe they're a little bit small, but the one that you can see at the top is a section through Scion Lane in the middle, and it's showing you the properties fronting onto Scion Lane, and then it shows you fairly well how the properties step up. So the top one is a section through the tall sections of the building. The bottom one is a section through the lower elements of the building that kind of intersperse the larger sections. This is now through Grant Way and McFarlane Lane. So now you're looking at property stepping up from the east and western side. Again, it's a similar situation. Step down to where neighbouring properties are, the road frontage stepping up towards the centre of the site. And then I'm going to move on to broadly what it's proposed to look like and the typologies of it. In fact, I'll go straight to the pictures. So this is broadly what you'll be looking at. These are the sections that are fronting. To the left is the sections that are fronting onto Scion Lane, and then the linkage elements of the proposal. And then the next slide is the wayfinding and waterside. So basically, these are the taller sections of the building. I'd stress that when you looked at it in isolation, they do look quite slim and tall. They'll obviously be viewed in the context of the development, the linking elements. And this is an illustration of the low elements that front onto the southern ends and western side of the site. Now I'm going to go through views again. Whereas last time we did Scion Park, we're going to do Osley Park this time because Tesco's is further to the northwest, so that's where the greater impact is. And again, so these views are all from Osley Park, and you're seeing hopefully the wire outlines of where the proposed development would be going. And a lot of it largely obscured by vegetation. There are going to be glimpse views over the top of trees of the proposed development. This is all the way back into the park now next to some listed buildings, but again, obscured by the trees. Glimpsed views, as we're talking about, of the wireframe there. And I will end the presentation there. I'll hold that one up on the screen in case you wanted to see it. Apologies if you couldn't see those views. I hope it gives you a fair idea of exactly what people have been talking about, though. So if it's okay, I'll give a bit of background as to the recommendation, how we considered objections and such. Just to frame them, I think broadly, I don't think, from what we've heard tonight, from what the objections received, I don't think people are objecting to the provision of housing on the site. So I think we can probably focus the argument as to how much on the site is acceptable is the key here. And I know I always do this, but I need to stress this decision making it's a matter of planning balance. We have to weigh material considerations, so the pluses and negatives of the scheme in the context of planning policy, and how much weight is afforded to each of the elements is a matter for members as the decision makers. So what we have to do is list the benefits, acknowledge them, account for them, and then compare them to what are perceived to be the negative impacts, and come up to a conclusion. So the benefits, I mean, they're pretty straightforward. Members will know them already. It's 2,150 new homes, considering the outline nature of one of the schemes. That's 12% of our 10-year target figures. It's a significant amount, and then 750 units would be affordable, of which 164 social rent would be part of phase one. This is quite important, so that would be part of the home-based site, would be 164 social rented units. And to give you a bit of context, I do log numbers of planning committees for the last year. We approved 1,560 homes, 737 affordable homes. What you're seeing in front of you tonight exceeds the amount of affordable and overall homes that we've approved in the last 2 years at planning committee. Other benefits, to be honest, the Hounslow Chamber of Commerce put this pretty well as well, but I'll list the ones I've got written down. It's 450 new jobs across both sites. I've got written down 317 construction jobs. I think the Hampshire Chamber of Commerce expanded that somewhat. There's communal open space as part of the Tesco site. There's £1.7 million for public transport, £1 million for primary healthcare facilities. The SIL is big. So I think it's £46 million I've totaled out. That is, I think, triple the amount of hounds of SIL that we've received or we've approved in the last 2 years at Planning Committee. It's a significant amount of infrastructure, and I'll come back to that. Of course, 15% of that can be used for the local community as well. So it's a big benefits, and that's going to have to be measured in the context of what the harm is here. And when we say too many homes, what we've got to look at when we're making a recommendation, what members have to do is how does the impact of these number of homes manifest itself? What's the harm, demonstrable harm caused? It's not an objection to there's too many homes here. It needs to be established as to what that harm is. So you've obviously had lengthy discussions with applicants and objectors. So I'm going to cover a few of them from an officer's perspective, because obviously we're the impartial ones in this situation. 17 stories keeps coming up. You've seen the drawings that I've presented to you. The Tesco 17 stories is a single element of the scheme, and you've seen how they step up through the site. There is at no point would that 17 stories be immediately apparent from the public realm. It's more discreetly towards the rear of the site. The home base element of 17 stories is clearly apparent from a large section of the road. That's pretty obvious. There's been a lot of talk about policy basis for 17 stories. And you'll be aware it's come up that we have our adopted local plan, we have the newly adopted London plan, literally from last month, and then we have an emerging local plan framework. The key here, I think, is that the London plan, it's established as an opportunity area. This is a Great West Road opportunity area, and there's lots of information in the London plan about how we have to optimise these sites. These are key to recovery, to employment, to housing. This is where we are, and that's going to be way heavily in the consideration of the number of units, the scale of the development overall. It's a key site, a key area for us for providing the new homes, new jobs, economic recovery. Views has been talked at length. I hopefully have covered that in some detail. Our conclusion is that there is some harm, but not significant harm to these heritage assets. It's very well considered within the reports. It's written about at length. Impact on neighbours has come up. The light studies are in there, referred to in the report. It doesn't go into the actual details. When we say there's a 40% loss to a window, it's in the New Horizons core office to residential conversions. The 40% loss is a window which has got a second window within the bedroom. So you really need to start really drilling down into the impact on neighbours to really establish where the harm is. And as I say, that our recommendation concludes that there is not significant harm to neighbouring properties, and the separation distances between these sites and neighbouring dwellers clearly works in its favour for additional units. Infrastructure has come up and has been discussed at length. Clinical and Commission Group has been engaged. It is them that requested the level of money that is one of the heads of terms. So I believe that covers off the point in terms of health infrastructure. Public transport has also been discussed at length. Again, we've secured the payment of 1.7 million, but I will allow Rod Heslop, the transport consultant, to discuss that. School places. We do have capacity for secondary schools. There is at current time a shortfall of provision of primary spaces, but that is covered off within our infrastructure strategy, and that is something that the SIL payments could come forward for. And then, I mean, this is what SIL is. This is community infrastructure levy. This is the point in it is to provide infrastructure, and it's within our gift. This money comes to us, and it's up to us how to spend it in terms of strategic projects, local projects. This is something that we do as a council. So it's not for the developers to tell us how to spend it. It's for us to decide how to spend it. The affordable mix has come up. The 35% fast track mechanism. I need to be clear that this is a well-established mechanism for securing affordable housing. 35% isn't just a policy, it's something that the Mayor of London strongly encourages because it's been found to facilitate fast track and improve the overall amount of affordable housing. The applicants are going clearly in line with policy in offering a fast track affordable mix of units. So we can't pluck out 40% and say we want the 40% when there's an established policy saying 35% is perfectly acceptable. The fire safety has come up. It's a relatively simple answer for me, sorry, is that we have consulted the fire brigade and they have no objections to the scheme. They obviously know far more about it than I do, but if you want to revisit those points, I'm sure we can do so through questions. The GLA response has come up. I agree with the applicants in this. They do broadly support the scheme. I can give you a bit more details about what they've said, but it'll come back to them at a stage 2 level. But they are broadly supportive of the scheme. They ask for some further information on transport, which again I think Rob Heslop can come back to some of the design of the scheme. But they did support the 17 stories. That they very much support the regeneration and renewal of the site. So that is something that probably needs to be made quite clear. What else came up? Sorry, the mix of units has come up. This is something that's been agreed with our housing officers. Again, I can direct questions towards them. It's not in accordance with the local plan policy, but that policy is from 2015. We're not beholden to it. There's subsequent analysis of housing need that's taken place since then, obviously, and we believe it meets the current and future needs better than what is suggested within that policy within the local plan. Sustainability has come up. Boilers, gas boilers, as it so often does. Yes, as they say, it's backup. So they have the air source heat pumps there. The gas boilers are entirely backups. What we've got is a condition in there that suggests that this will be monitored. So the use of the need and use of gas boilers will be monitored in accordance with the in relation to the air source heat pumps. And what I would say is that air source heat pumps, by their very nature, need energy from the grid. So one of the reasons that you're seeing a 60% and perhaps not higher is because the grid is going to be decarbonised as we go into the future. So by the time these buildings are constructed, the grid energy that feeds into these air source heat pumps will be far greener than it is at the moment, and that figure will go up just by virtue of the passage of time. I think I've covered most things. Maybe I'll leave the rest to questions because I'm taking up quite a lot of time now, but I do need to draw your attention to the addendum if that's okay. 90 additional representations described in there. There's a few alterations to the mix and the light tests. You received some additional representations throughout the day. I'll leave them. If you want to ask questions on them, we'll obviously be happy to answer. And there's one final thing that I should draw your attention to, sorry, because we received an additional representation sent to officers from Historic England, and it's quite pertinent because it talks about Historic England, who are objecting to the scheme. They talk about the report and how we rely on tree screening as a suggestion for minimising the fact that the impact on the heritage status is minimal. They talk about recognised screening of vegetation, but I think basically I'll summarise it by saying that they have a landscape management plan, and essentially they reserve the right to remove the trees, and that might well be part of a future plan. They would also suggest that they could remove some of the trees that block out the view of Tesco and Homebase, but still leave in a number of trees that block the taller buildings further along the site. So we've been saying, we've been making the case that if you remove those trees, then it's not just Tesco and Homebase that will be exposed. It will be in a significant number of other developments. I think what Historic England are trying to say is that they have a landscape strategy and they would like to reserve the right to remove these trees if they see fit. I think what we'd say to that is it's first of all, again, we're balancing material considerations, but to say that they will remove the trees if this development goes ahead does seem somewhat counterproductive. And as the report says, it's a historic landscaping. I think it was Capability Brown that did this landscaping. I don't think that is something that we're necessarily beholden to in this decision-making process. As I say, to suggest that they will implement a landscape strategy that exposes buildings along the Great West Road if you approve this scheme, it does not weigh heavily in our considerations to my mind. I think that's something that is not particularly pertinent in decision making, because they could and perhaps should just leave the trees there if we're so concerned about exposing all of the building development along the Great West Road corridor. If it's okay, I will leave it from my point of view, but there's so many questions about transport. I'm going to ask Rob Heslop to step in and answer those points, if that's okay.
Right. Okay. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying. You saying we now go to questions, but
is it okay for Rob to give a brief presentation, Councillor? Just to try and summarise them.
Fine. Yes. Now, if Rob's got anything to say on it, yep, Rob.
Yeah. Sorry. Good evening, councillors. Yeah. I'll touch briefly. There's obviously a lot of transport issues raised. I've made a long list, but I think the majority, if not all of them, are actually covered in more detail in the committee report. Obviously, two main issues that were raised were public transport accessibility and the traffic. So I'll touch briefly on those, and happy if I miss anything out, I'm happy to answer questions. Public transport accessibility, I think some of the objectors referred to some of the planning policies that were relevant. If I could take a step back and just refer back to the National Planning Policy Framework, which says and the London Plan, both of which say that development sites should be assessed on current and future planned public transport improvements. So this site is obviously these sites are within the Great West Corridor Opportunity Area, and to support the emerging policies, we undertook a transport study. Now this looked at a number of potential improvements, which include the West London Orbital and the Southall to Brentford rail link, both of which have been mentioned. I think I need to be clear that these are part of a package of measures which include active travel improvements, which include bus improvements. The active travel, the study makes it, the conclusions of the study make it clear that the bus and active travel improvements can be delivered in the short term, which would support early development within the opportunity area, and the rail links would be a longer term improvements. There were two packages that were looked at, one which included bus only and one which included bus and rail. And again, there's a reference in the committee report to improvements to public transport accessibility levels. And in the western end of the opportunity area, the bus-based package would deliver similar improvements to public transport accessibility as the rail package would. So I'll just be clear that those improvements can be delivered without the rail package, although we are in discussions with both Network Rail and the DfT in relation to the Southall to Brentford rail link, the West London Orbital. Both of those are going through business planning stages at the moment and haven't been paused. So work is continuing on those. The 1.7 million pounds of Section 106 that Matthew mentioned in relation to the bus improvements has been agreed with TfL. That will deliver short-term improvements that mitigate the additional trip generation from both of these developments, and that will be delivered. That will be paid in instalments from based on the developments of the home base site. The other issue that was raised was traffic at Gillette Corner in particular. So TfL have been leading on the modelling, on traffic modelling, and they have a very detailed traffic modelling process to go through to look at improvements. A number of options, and again, there's a lot of detail on this in the committee report, so I won't go into too much more detail. But just to reiterate, there was a lot of. I think we looked at 4 options in detail, which include the traffic improvements, the additional right turn lane from the A4 into Sign Lane as you turn south. The option that is being proposed in detail also provides an additional surface level crossing on the eastern arm of the junction. And Councillor Lambert touched on crossings, and I think the ward councillors as well touched on the objectives on crossings on Sign Lane. This is important to me. And even though TfL can't support those this particular moment in time, because of the impact on traffic that those additional crossings would cause. They are happy with the impact, satisfied with the impact on traffic with the option with the crossing on the Sign Lane arm of the junction, and we've included review mechanisms within both planning applications, both Section 106 agreements, to review crossings on Sign Lane, and if those can be delivered, they will be, and TfL are supportive of those. I don't think there's anything else I want to say at the moment. Obviously, if there's any questions, if I've missed, apologies if I've missed anything, because I know there are a lot of issues raised. I think they're the most important ones that I've picked up on, but happy to answer further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. Right, I'm going to go now to the councillors and go through the list, ask questions of Rob or Matthew on their reports. So I'll start off with Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I was slightly unclear about primary, what you said, sorry.
So we don't have currently the capacity for the primary schools. So we have an infrastructure strategy which outlines prospective sites for primary schools, and funding would be in place to do that. So this is something that SIL could go towards. And I'm quickly double checking, sorry, to just check where exactly that proposed site would be. That seems a pertinent piece of information. Leighton Road, sorry.
Leighton Road, okay. Thank you. Can I come back later, Chair, if I may?
If you've got something else to say later, Councillor, certainly.
Thank you. This was the first one. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on then to Councillor Mel Collins.
Hello.
Hello, Mel.
Has Samuel finished? Sorry, because I'm coming to you on a different phone. I had a problem with the mobile.
Yes, Sammy has finished. Yeah.
Yeah.
Albeit.
Yeah. I have. I think probably Matthew will answer both of my points, and I'll probably get told it's in the report or whatever expletive it was. Anyway, my first question came up several times when we were talking to the developers, and I don't think we got a clear answer on it. And that is the access to the towers. Obviously, looking at it from the perspective of a person with a disability, are you happy that the 17-story tower is DDA compliant? And if that part of it is, what about the accessible rooms? Because we've heard nothing at all throughout the evening about accessible rooms for people with disabilities and elderly people. On the same vein, are you able to give us any indication at all on how many spaces there will be for blue badge holders for residents as opposed to visitors to home base and to Tesco's? My final point, Chair, if I may, the outline planning permission is like a bouncy ball. One day the developer can come up with this scheme, the next day that scheme can change, and I think the whole of that outline planning permission is very problematical, and I wondered whether either Matthew or if Sarah's on screen, whether she could give us some kind of reassurance as to what role as councillors, and in particular ward councillors, are going to have on the outline planning permission becoming a more tangible planning permission in the years to come, because I think that as it stands on paper at the moment, it looks far too loose, and we need a lot more assurance as to what control the council and in particular its elected representatives, and I'm particularly talking about the the local ward councillors in Osterley and Spring Grove and the neighbouring ward of Zion because of the impending boundary changes. So there are my questions for this evening, unless something dramatic crops up later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mel. Right, who's going to grab that one?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, outline planning applications. Your criticisms there, Councillor Collins, is of the planning system. It's a well-established part of the planning system that outline applications are a perfectly legitimate submission. I'll give you a brief example. You've heard some reserved matters applications. Sorry, Councillor, I don't know if you were there, but members have heard reserved matters applications for land south of the High Street. In Brentford, they come back to council and almost considered as a whole new application. So it's within your gift to consider the alterations that will be forthcoming on that. We won't be sliding it under delegated process or anything. You'll be fully exposed as to what alterations will be undertaken. Sorry, not alterations. How the design will evolve as part of the reserve matters application. For disabled access, yes, that is covered in the report. Sorry, I'm reading off it at the moment. 10% dwellings with me. Sorry. Just to clarify, I'm talking about home base now. The Tesco site being an outline application, we might not have this level of detail, but yeah, 10% of dwellings would be wheelchair user dwellings. All other dwellings would be accessible and adaptable. The development includes a managed communal entrance from Scion Lane, which shows the whole development, so that provides accessible access to the podium, the amenity areas, to each housing block, and yeah, they're all accessible in terms of inclusive design. I don't have the exact number of blue badge parking spaces. Sorry, if anyone's able to help me out on that one, that would be much appreciated. I know they're in accordance with the London plan, but I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Well, if nobody's got it, perhaps be served with it in due course.
Thanks.
I said if nobody's got it, then perhaps committee members could be served with that in due course. Yeah.
Sorry, I can assist you, Councillor. Shane Baker, Planning Officer.
Yeah.
Shane, yeah. Go.
Yeah, thank you. The Tesco store, the new store, has 20 blue badge spaces. It has 16, children-friendly spaces, and there's 26 residential blue badge spaces.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much indeed, Shane, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mel. Right, I move on. Michael Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Matthew, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to ask a question about the Councillor Easton in his objection mentioned the fact that it's very difficult to play football, kick football around. But I think on page 106 at 8291, there was a possible condition requiring further details of the play provision in the landscaping scheme to be recommended. This was in the home base application. Is that in the application, or is this something we would have to separately vote on if we wanted it?
I believe it is in there, but I would double check for your just for your peace of mind.
Oh, thank you.
It's sorry, I'll double check. I'll let you know what the condition number is. If anyone has had this condition, you're very welcome to chime in. Save everyone from waiting for me to look through it.
Yeah, again, sorry, Shane here.
Yes.
We do have a landscaping condition which requires all the details of the furniture, the planting. What's proposed on the podium is more natural play. So there's sort of mounded forms, steps, log type stepping stone things.
Yes.
Some climbing equipment.
Yeah.
That would be required to be submitted for approval as part of condition number 7.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Sure. All right. Thank you. And just finally, on 128, there was a suggestion for a Section 106 agreement on the parking surveys that they are undertaken prior to occupation. Is this something we might need to vote on as well, or is there something, or is this in the application?
Yeah, so that is in the HITS terms.
Oh, brilliant. All right then. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dennis. Councillor Ajmid Gariwal.
Thank you, Chair. No, Matthew's explained everything really nicely. Thank you. No questions.
Okay, thank you, Ajmir. Councillor Pritam Gariwal.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask you that fire safety question, but Matthew's already answered that. The fire people are very happy with it. That's correct, Matthew, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the easiest thing for me to say. Sorry, I'll leave it to the experts.
And that's what I mean. So they are the experts, and if they're happy with that, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Pritam. Councillor Shivav Gariwal.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite convinced with Matthew's and Duncan's presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Bishnu Gurung.
Yes, Chair, just two questions, please. Yeah. The first one, Matthew mentioned about the public open space. And of course, this is very a big project, and huge number of the residents will be accommodating in that area. But is there any indoor space for the people who can enjoy their entertainment? And that is one. And the other thing is that is about the rubbish collection. You have not mentioned about how going to arrange the rubbish collection, because this is, as I said again, is both sides is a very huge amount of the resident will be accommodating there. And if the rubbish collection truck goes around there, the one truck will not be enough. So it's gonna be congested. So how you going to arrange this rubbish collection for these two sides? Thank you.
That's fine, Councillor. Thank you. So the public space, it's one of the selling points of the Tesco site that they've been promoting. One of the areas is kind of designated as a public accessible open space, and it's a kind of a community hub. So it's where you'll have the it'll be overlooked by the commercial buildings around this area of public space, and it's meant to draw in people and to be enjoyed by the public. And then they have their other areas as their more private amenity space for the residents living within the blocks themselves. So they have included that into the Tesco plan. I'm going to again yield to, if that's okay, to offers on the rubbish collection. If anyone's able to chime in from the application perspective, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, sure. For Homebase, if you go to 8400 of the report, that explains the proposed arrangements. But in summary, each block will have its own dedicated refuse and recycling point, which would be collected daily by the on-site management. That would then be taken to a central collection area, which is down in the lower ground floor, with provision for separate provision, for the Tesco store. They'd manage their own waste privately, I believe. On collection days, the vehicle would go to a loading area. There's a dedicated bay on Sign Gateway, and the refuse and recycling would be transported to the collection point. So residents would be able to dispose of their recycling, their rubbish within their own block, and then it would be taken to a central point.
Thank you, Chair. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bishnu. Councillor Guy Lambert, I think Bishnu's stolen your thunder, hasn't he?
Actually, I was going to ask that, but I'd read the Homebase one, and I thought that sounded okay. It'll be heavy on the service charges probably, but that's something you have to live with. It's similar here, actually. Okay, I've got a few questions actually. The first one is there's a reasonable amount of affordable housing in this, but it is 17 stories. If it was 100 stories, there'd be even more affordable housing, I imagine. As far as I can see, there's no viability assessment being done. probably because you say it's on fast track scheme and so on. But you know, it seems to me there's a lot of feedback from residents, from local heritage sites, even from our own design panel, which says this is too much. So we got a lot of, and we're sort of saying yes, it's too much, but it's okay because there's affordable housing in it. You know, as somebody pointed out to me, you know, other people managed to make a viable amount of affordable housing from a 6-story development, and here we are with a 17-story development. Or I know it's not all 17-story, but up to 17-story, in an area where the surrounding buildings are generally 2, or you know, maybe in some places sort of 4 or 5. So I'm interested in whether that whole thing has been challenged properly.
I'm not sure if this directly answers your question. Sorry, Councillor, apologies in advance for this, but you'll be aware that we have to make a decision in accordance with the local plan. One of the London plan policies does specifically state that this mechanism they're using is a perfectly acceptable and a positively encouraged method of delivering affordable housing. And as I think I've mentioned, broadly across the board, this is deemed to deliver more affordable housing across London than it does using the viability review mechanism process, by virtue of the fact that this is an easier process for a developer to go to. So you're entirely right, it hasn't been fully tested, but it's not within our gift to test it, and there's no reason to suggest that this is any different to any of the scheme. You mentioned 17 stories. I just go back to my point about how where does the harm manifest itself? We've gone through all of the points within the report about perceived harm, how you would consider the 17 stories to form harm, and hopefully address those points. And of course, it's for you to attach whatever weight you wish to that in terms of your consideration. But as I say, when we measure it against the wider benefits, the need for jobs, the need for homes, the basis for this opportunity area, we're suggesting our recommendations based on the fact that the benefits significantly outweigh the impact of this 17-story tower. So that's why we've reached that conclusion.
Well, as you say, it's for us to judge. I'm not very convinced by it. Okay, so some other comments. I mean, you know, Rob, stroke Matthew, you know, basically there will be no improvement in cycling. There'll be a lot of messing about with what is actually a quite adequate cycle lane, which goes down the A4 from Scion Lane to Boston Manor. There will be no improvement to the junction for cyclists. There will be no improvement to the shockingly dangerous cycle route down Scion Lane towards Brentford, which is something that's will be quite important. I don't think that's acceptable. And to say we'll look at it later, yeah, well, when I was first a councillor, they were going to sort out Ealing Road Junction and Scion Lane Junction, and I'm still waiting. You know, it'll never happen. If it doesn't happen here, it'll never happen. So cycling is basically, everybody says tick in the box, we'll do something about cycling, and it's actually not being addressed at all. So I'm very uncomfortable with that. You know, I mean, apparently we're told that cycling is not being addressed at the junction because TfL want to prioritise cars. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask Rob to come in on that one, if it's okay, Rob, to offer that additional comfort.
Yeah, sorry, I'll come in on that. Yeah. So there is an improvement at the junction to that corner. There's an additional crossing on the over the A4 on the eastern side of the junction, which would be a two-kin crossing. We modelled it. TfL are very supportive of improving the crossings across Scion Lane. They are, and I completely agree. They're very poor at the moment. But the balance that TfL have had to look at is ensuring that there's not a negative, a severe impact as a result of the changes to the junction. And the options that we looked at, the two options were modelled in detail, which included crossings on both sides of the junction on Sign Lane, which both led to, in the modelling that's been done, significant, large increases in traffic, in queuing and journey times on the A4, which at the moment they wouldn't support that. But as I said, we have got a review mechanism that prior to occupation or prior to the development of the home base site, there will need to be a Section 278 agreement for the highway works with TfL, and more detailed modelling will be done at that point anyway. And we will review the potential for a crossing on the southern side of the junction at that point. And again, in advance of the development of Tesco site, then if it wasn't possible to improve the junction on the southern side, it will be reviewed yet again in the future, based on up-to-date traffic modelling at the time. Obviously, there's been a huge change because of the pandemic to people's modes of travel. So it's important that that's looked at the time, in the future, with up-to-date traffic surveys and traffic modelling. And so TfL are supportive of change to the A4 as part of the Great West Corridor, the transport study. It was agreed that they've agreed the conclusions for that, which looks at taking lanes out of the A4. So in the principle, it's not that they're promoting traffic over other modes. They're very well aware of, and we've been working very closely with them on active travel improvements to the Great West Corridor. It's important it's finding that balance. But we definitely want to see those improvements secured as part of this development. And if I can just touch quickly on the point you made about Sign Lane as well. Discussions, with colleagues who are leading on a lot of the improvements that we've done to cycle infrastructure. So the link up to Windmill Lane, towards Southall is a key link, and it's identified in our local transport strategy. It's identified in the infrastructure delivery plan. So this is something that we would look to SIL to as a strategic transport link that we would look to SIL to fund that, and links down to Brentford and links to C9 as well. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
You're getting cynical as the night goes on.
It answers the question, and then the answer is, if we're lucky, something might get done after I die. So I've got a couple of questions about parking. One is, there will be an inevitable knock-on effect from the sort of less parking available in the residential blocks than people will want cars. There always is. So what are we doing about securing parking on neighbouring places where they have a CPZ, but the CPZ ends at 6 p.m, so everybody will park there overnight, and try and get away with it before that as well, probably.
Yeah, so again, Section 106 is an obligation to review, for both applications, to review neighbouring CPZs. So for the Tone Base scheme development, the Sign Lane Station and Northumberland Estate CPZs would be reviewed. That's secured, and if changes are supported, that would secure funding to implement. Similarly for the Tesco site, we have secured a review of the White Gardens CPZ in that as well. And for there are a couple of roads that currently don't have CPZs, which would also be included in that review. And that's for both sites where we think there might be a knock-on effect. So that's secured in Section 106 application.
Okay, so my other question, I'm sure I know the answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How will the limited parking be allocated? And I think the answer is it will be sold for 30 grand a space or whatever, as in Ballymore. so that the people in social housing will have no access to parking whatsoever. They'll get told that they'll get allocated a flat in this development and said, well, you can't park. So if you happen to, have a job where you need a car, you're stuffed. And if you don't accept the allocation, then you've made yourself intentionally homeless. Ta-ta.
Sorry, again, the applicant has agreed, and the new London plan, as the policy in the London plan is that parking spaces are not sold, but they're leased. So that's agreed with the applicant, and secured again in Section 106 that the parking spaces will not be sold to residents, but will be leased. So they will be available for all residents. The blue badge parking spaces will be available to people who need those, as will EV charging points, spaces with EV charging points as well.
I suppose that's a little bit of progress. Thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Right, sorry. Right, Click Malik, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of questions, Chair. Matt, I'm quite concerned about the Tesco.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me? Chair, it's Councillor Mohammed.
Yeah.
I've got an emergency in the extended family. A member has passed away, so I will have to leave the meeting and won't participate in the rest of the meeting.
Okay, Mohammed. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Okay. Whatever you've got to do, mate. Whatever you've got to do.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Sorry. Where were we? Click. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. With reference to Tesco store, depending on the size of the store, whether it's a express store, metro, super, or extra store, we are expecting 20 plus lorries in and out. And looking to the maneuvering area, I'm quite concerned. The lorry goes in, reversing to the offloading and going back and going round. Have we done any risk assessment about how we will be, the lorries will be coming in, maneuvering, reversing, and all sort of thing? Have we done the risk assessment? That's number one question. And also, in addition to that, majority of our warehouses are Weybridge and coming to the Great South West Road, coming in from that junction and turning immediately to left into home Tesco store. That's quite concerning, to be honest. And whether is a part of improvement of that junction for maneuvering the lorry as well, a risk assessment. That's number one. The second question is, we don't know where we are heading towards approving this application or not, but if we are going ahead approval, I like to see, Chair, that to be added on Grampian condition, which means that to improvement of Piccadilly line upgrade, West London Orbital, Great West Road bus improvements, and Southall rail link improvement. If we are going ahead to approve that condition, these conditions are like to be added on. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Have you got a Matthew? Anybody?
Again, I think probably Rob's best place to answer those questions.
I was going to say it's probably Rob.
Yeah. Sorry. If I take the servicing question first, so the servicing will be done from Signgate Way, which is the road that runs along the southern end of the site. All the servicing for Tesco's would be done in a servicing a loading area that's within the site. So all the manoeuvring will be done within the site. The applicants provided swept paths and vehicle tracking to show that lorries can access from Sign Lane to Signgate Way into the loading area and do the manoeuvring within the loading area and then drive back out again. So that's all been tracked. that's considered to be acceptable. The car park access is separate. That would be a new traffic signal junction. Again, that's been modelled by TfL, by the applicant and reviewed by TfL and assessed by TfL. So that would be separate to the main car park would be separate to the use a separate access to the delivery area. There's a small number of residential parking spaces that are accessed from Sign Gateway, but that's a separate access to the servicing and delivery area. That's all considered to be acceptable. I think with regard to the potential for a Grampian condition, as I said before, the public transport improvements that are proposed as part of the opportunity area would need to be delivered on a short, medium, and long-term basis. So as I said before, the active travel improvements and bus improvements can be delivered in the short to medium term, and that would then provide capacity for the early developments within the opportunity area. You can't deliver the opportunity area or the development in the opportunity area based on the West London Orbital and the Southall to Brentford rail link having been delivered. It needs to be delivered in a phased approach, and the early phases of that would be delivered through the Section 106 contribution from TfL for buses that would go to TfL. That would allow TfL to assess the need for bus routes within the vicinity of these sites and improve the public transport accessibility level. As I said, in the committee report, paragraph 8.327 sets out the potential increases in public transport accessibility based on a bus package without the rail improvements. The rail improvements would help. They deliver a different kind of access to the area, but the bus improvements would deliver similar improvements. So we have been discussing with TfL about improvements. The one that's been mentioned that would terminate at the current Tesco store is proposed to be delivered anyway by TfL. They are looking at other bus routes. We have discussions with TfL about other bus routes along the A4 linking Gunnersbury along the A4 down to Hounslow Town Centre. So there's a number of bus routes that can be delivered in the short to medium term, while the rail scheme, and in particular for this development, the Southall to Brentford link is developed in detail. The West London Orbital has more of an impact at the eastern end of the opportunity area, so I don't think you could link a Grampian condition to that. I don't think you could link it to that. The Piccadilly line, new trains are due to be delivered there 2025, I believe, which would increase capacity on the Piccadilly line trains. And with South Western Rail, again, Cyan Lane and the Hounslow Loop, new trains are due to be delivered there. So again, increasing the capacity on public transport at Cyan Lane station. So I don't think a Grampian. My advice would be that a Grampian condition wouldn't be a relevant way to improve the public transport as a result of these developments.
Chair, sorry, can I have supplementary, please?
Well, go on then, Kulik. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My first question was, Rob, that whether there was a risk assessment in terms of maneuvering the lorry and within the Tesco was done, and what was the outcome? And secondly, the Grampian condition allow and encourage you to mitigate those circumstances, ensure that the all conditions are in place, that we continue to make sure that we improve and develop those areas which I mentioned just earlier on. If we don't put condition, it probably will may not happen. So that's why I just wish and ask members to make sure that conditions are in place, that those, whether it is near future or whenever it happens.
Yeah, I thought it was a supplementary, Kulik. You're reiterating what you've been saying earlier, but okay. Rob, have you got anything to say on that?
If I could just on the risk assessment, so all of the highway works would be subject to road safety audit, a road safety audit, an initial road safety audit's been done already that hasn't highlighted the sign gateway access, which is the delivery access. More detailed safety audits will be undertaken, if as the highway works are developed in detail, and the junction that includes the junction Jack Corner, includes the access to the home base site. It would include works to the sign gateway junction as well. But I also know that Tesco would undertake a risk assessment of all their deliveries as well, separately. And I don't think I've got anything. I don't think I've got anything to add to the point about the Grampian condition. As I say, it's a phased. It needs to be a phased approach to allow development to take place. Yeah, I don't think I've got anything else to add to that.
Right, I'm going to move on now to Hina Mir. Have you a question, Councillor Mir?
No questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hina. Salman Shaheen, yes. Salman, have you got a question?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do. Well, now a lot of emphasis has been placed on how this development will make such a significant contribution to meeting the housing needs of the borough, and I do agree that's fundamentally important. There's nothing more harrowing for any local councillor than having to tell a long queue of people coming to you in desperate need that there just aren't enough houses to go round. But one question I do have is, I mean, these assessments were obviously made some time ago. How has COVID impacted upon that, especially in light of London's now shrinking population and the overwhelming need for houses with gardens rather than smaller flats without outdoor space? Because that is where the housing need is going. That's where the trend is going. How has that been taken into consideration in this application, given that, of course, these plans were being developed long before COVID, understandably? Has that had any impact on the planning process since?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a really good time to bring in my housing colleagues, if that's okay, who have, of course, reviewed this in detail.
Hello, councillors. Garrett Nutt here from Housing Development Supply Team. So I can talk to you about in terms of affordable housing need, what's happened during the pandemic. So we've seen quite a large increase in demand for single people who've come on. For example, we've seen an increase of 150 people in temporary accommodation throughout the last year, and there are 500 people in temporary accommodation out of 850 who are singles. We've actually seen a really dramatic increase in the number of single people that have come through the door. We've also, as part of the mix and the mixed assessments we make, we look at the SMAR as well, the Strategic Housing Market Assessment, which was done in 2018. So, as we said, that's done prior to COVID, and the impacts we've seen are a really substantial increase in the number of single people coming through the door. So when we're looking at our affordable housing mix, we're taking into account what that long-term SMAR is trying to tell us, but also what the emerging issues that are coming, that we've seen over the last year, and that's where we get our sort of requirements from. So we take into account local plan as well as. So I think. Does that answer your question in terms of what we're seeing in terms of people coming through our door for affordable housing?
It certainly answers my question in terms of affordable housing and who is coming through the door. Obviously, the pandemic exacts terrible circumstances on a lot of people, but it doesn't really answer my question in terms of the need for mix of housing changing as a result of COVID. All property trends at the moment seem to suggest that the demand for housing is going up in outer London, and that demand is for space. People working from home do not want to be working in pokey flats. They want to be working in places with gardens and larger spaces. So that's the question. Has any of that been taken into account?
I think this is the developers come forward with this 700 homes total in Tesco's, 600 in Homebase, and the proposal is for flatted developments. you know, we can push. We've taken into account. We've looked at what is in terms of family units for our affordable housing. The market element is a different bag, and I think there's still work to be done on that. I can only comment on what's coming through our door at the moment. In terms of
I think another thing that I would say is, Councillor, we're a plan-led system at the end of the day, and there is no policy change relating to impact of COVID on us. I think we understand what your concerns are, but that there's no policy in place on which we could base a decision on the need for additional office space within the home. So I think I understand your concerns on that, but we don't have any basis for making that part of our decision.
No, and I understand there would be no policy in place, but it's more, had you thought about it at all? Regardless of policy is the question. I'm getting the picture that it wasn't a consideration that you had on the table there. Okay.
I think we looked at. I think what we're focused on for the affordable housing is the actual figures and people we're seeing coming through the door, and that's what we address in terms of there's a proportion of, we've got I think it's can't remember off the top of my head, but we've got family units in there, but we've also got a substantial number of single units to cater for that need that's coming through the door. And I think it's important to remember that the majority of rented units are going to be delivered up front on the home-based scheme, which is obviously going to meet some of that need sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Simon. John Todd, yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you. Hi.
You are.
Question to Mr. Rees, please. He's hypnotised me tonight, Chair, on the eloquence of this scheme, and some rough facts seem to have been lost in the equation. Can you help me, Matthew, please? The site allocation in the local plan that said Tesco should have 350 residential units, and we go to 1677 on this one, and home base 340, 473 are proposed. Why the radical change?
I mean, the site allocations, Councillor, are they're a minimum site allocations, first thing to be said, but also that they aren't done with the benefit of the significant amount of information that supports the scheme that's been submitted. That obviously, it's a relatively small amount of information on the site allocation when you compare to the wealth of information that's been presented to you as part of the scheme that justifies the greater number of units. It's a relatively straightforward answer. Sorry, it's just we now have that additional information on which to base a decision.
Well, locals regard it as an enhanced intensity. Dealing with the design Hounslow, Mr. Matthew, if I could, in their report in January, the team say we still feel the overall amount of residential accommodation is too great for the site and will affect the ability of the development to achieve its placemaking objectives. And then with the home-based site, they talk about it's impossible for you to achieve a scheme of quality that you and Hounslow are aiming to achieve here. What happened to those? I mean, they're quite clear instructions, and they appear to be talking about density and various other matters. Can you tell me the process once those letters are received? What steps you take to mitigate or act on those recommendations?
Yes, so they form part of the balances considerations. So they're incorporated it into the report in terms of the design comments. They form part of the decision-making process. But they, as you're aware, they look at one single element of the scheme. The responsibility isn't theirs to account for affordable housing for new jobs. They aren't balancing material considerations like yourself have to do when making a decision. There's no reason for them to acknowledge how much affordable housing or how many jobs would be created as part of this. So I don't want to say small part of the consideration. They are part of the overall consideration of the scheme. Theirs isn't to balance. Theirs is to offer a view on a single element of the scheme for us to put it in the context of planning policies and other material considerations.
But the other point they made, which I think is a good one, they're concerned about the huge number of single units and long corridors and stuff. All very constructive stuff. Does that simply go into the ether? Does no one say, puts it into the equation and try and get some pragmatic answer?
So they're the ones you're looking at are the post-submission reviews. So there's obviously a pre-submission design review panel where a huge array of issues are raised and endeavoured to be addressed by the applicants. There's been a whole iteration design process behind what's in front of you tonight, and they have addressed and overcome a number of concerns as part of that evolution. We are presented with a scheme in front of us. These issues have been raised. Again, it's a balancing consideration, and considering the constraints of the site and the overall benefits, we don't believe that forms a reason for refusal.
Okay, can I move on quickly to a dialogue I had with the expert regarding the view to the heritage sites, Kew and Historical England, who were, I think they were described, I'm trying to remember the word, as being slightly dramatic with their interpretation. Both are revered institution with international credibility. And you keep using, there's a common phrase here about having a quick sort of look over on the site. I mean, people stare or people flash. I was trashed on when I made the point about the inspector's comment at the Chiswick Curve, which is another premises far away. Do you take the same line as the respondent?
Yes, and Chiswick Curve, but you've got to acknowledge, sorry to anyone who's not aware, it's the Citron site, the Waterman site. More recent appeal decisions have discussed this at length. I mean, the Citron site, we ended up with 2 extra stories. Even with these World Heritage sites concerned, we've got a very well-formed policy position at this point. I think, sorry, if I've used the terms glimpse views, I think other people did as well. That's not a very professional way of putting it, is it? Sorry. Fully worded in the report as it's meant to be in terms of what weight needs to be given to the heritage value of the land, and the wording that you use is there is not significant harm, and then balancing material considerations, and then again you raised the issue of the GLA. The GLA, it's quoted in there. The Greater London Authority referred to these points. Greater London Authority side with the applicants in this. They do not believe that there is harm that forms grounds for refusal, so that they are in accordance with what our findings are. And I've shown you those views, and again, the decisions review.
No, I'm happy. Yeah, but it's very interesting, if I can overtalk you. In paragraph 1.6, when you're setting out the report, there's immediate mention of some harmful impacts and adverse implications. I mean, that's pretty serious. They don't say there's allegations or suggestions of, and you rebut them. They stand. You're talking.
It's a long report, Sally Councillor. When you say 1.6, is that have you got a paragraph reference?
I know off by heart.
I'm not looking at a paper copy. I'm really sorry, Councillor. Do you have a paragraph?
Okay, you made your point.
Notwithstanding that, what I would say is that the policies are listed. They will then go through the heritage value of each of all of the assets, so World Heritage Site, including Silent Gardens and such, and they go through what the impact is in terms of significance, and then they go through that balancing exercise as to how significant that harm is, what weight we have to give to that significance, and then a conclusion as to whether or not that forms grounds for refusal. That is throughout the report. It does conclude. Can't give you the paragraph number. Sorry, that we have. It's in there.
Okay, can I move on to Rob without offending you, Matthews? Thank you. Mr. Heslop, is he there?
Yep, hi, Councillor, sorry.
Hi. Rob, you said early on that you can consider planning infrastructure, not just existing, but you ignored the earlier presentation by Mr. McNulty, who explained that the Great West Corridor operational area infrastructure is formally classified in the London Plan as nascent, i.e. not planned. Can you please clarify? Are you wrong?
No, it is planned. It's proposed. It's certainly in, as I think I said earlier, it's in the local transport strategy. It's listed within the infrastructure delivery plan. So I take you're referring to the rail links more in particular, but they're linked in. They are listed in the as I said in those documents. They are included in the current local plan. as a policy, as proposals, they're included in the emerging local plan. So the rail improvements are currently going through business case approvals. We've had discussions as well with TfL about bus improvements along particularly the A4, linking Gunnersbury to Hounslow Town Centre, as well as other bus service improvements. The Section 106 contribution as proposed will allow those to be brought forward as part of this, if this development were to be approved. TfL are looking at what route, or would then look at which routes would be best placed to serve the residents of these developments. As I said, with opportunity areas, you need to have a phased approach to the transport infrastructure, and it's the same with other opportunity areas where I've had involvement as well, where it's very much a phased approach to that, and you need to develop the infrastructure to allow that development to take place. So it needs those short-term measures, the bus improvements, the active travel improvements, need to support the early development, which then brings forward the SIL contributions that helps to deliver the more strategic infrastructure improvements. So I was quite a long answer. I hope that makes sense.
It's helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Right. Okay. Councillor Umair has left because of a family problem or death in the family, as he said. So that's the end of the questions of the officer. Can I now move to the oh, sorry, where have we gone? Yeah, we now go to the debate section. So if anybody's got anything to speak on, now I'll go through the order again. Samia Chowdhury, have you anything to say?
Thank you very much, Chair. After listening to everybody, I was just thinking a couple of things. I've listened to objectors, developers, and a presentation from Sean as well. Only one thing I was thinking, maybe someone.
1,400 currently on the housing register.
So is that the? I don't think it's all together figures. You're just only giving me 2019 and 2020, no, giving me like the old figures. Because I know there are people, I know from my own casework, people have been waiting from so long.
Yeah,
It's a different separate figure.
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. That's the only comment I had. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Collins, do you have any comments to make?
I have no further comments, only something to move when we're ready.
Okay, Mel, I'll come to that later when we've gone through the list. Councillor Dennis, do you have any comments to make?
Oh, just a few. Yes, I mean, I think that there are some very noticeable points made by residents and also those residents' groups and Kew Gardens about the real damage done to the sort of the local historical assets, and these are significant. I also note with some disappointment the affordable housing point, although I do accept now that the 35% is technically okay, and I think because of that, and because it's been applied before in other applications, I don't think it would be fair to use that as a point to vote against this application, in my opinion. And we have to give weight to I feel that we have to give weight to the historical assets and the damage done, but also I think in the report makes very clear we have to balance that against the public benefits of this. There is a climate emergency, and I do appreciate the air source heat pumps, which are a really, really clever innovation. And I also see the great benefit that it is going to have on housing. And although the affordable housing is 35%, the fact that it includes significant amounts of social housing is a plus. And On balance, therefore, I'm leaning towards think of approving this. I think that the public benefits outweigh the damage to the historical assets in overall. That's just the comments I'd make.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dennis. Councillor Edgemere Gariwal.
Thank you, Chair. As both the councillors before me said, there are pros and cons to this. We've heard that it's too dense, too high, too out of character. Agreed, it's a bit high, but then we need to see the benefits as well. You know, we are getting 725 affordable homes. There will be a construction period where there'll be bring a multitude of jobs and spending in the areas while supporting a variety of apprenticeships and work placements and training, which in this day and age now with the pandemic is desperately needed. People need jobs and everything. So, you know, I'm going to show my age here, but I remember the biscuit factory. And, you know, when the new Tesco site was going up, there was the same sort of hoo-ha then. But now we're in love with Tesco. We love it, yeah? So somewhere along the line, everything is justified. There are pros and cons to everything. And I think we just have to move with the times. So thank you. That's all my comments.
Thank you, Professor. Pritam Guru.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to both sides, especially the officers, and Sally from Chamber of Commerce, it's going to create a lot of jobs, a lot of business, and some other training opportunities, and also provide us affordable housing, and we need desperately housing. And also, my feeling is, if we reject this application here, I'm sure Mayor will call it in, or it'll go to the sort of go for appeal, and they'll get it. In that case, we lose all the rights to get SIL and other things. So I think I am going in favor of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shivrav Gariwal.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the concerns which were addressed by the objectors, but taking the circumstances into consideration, the benefits override their concerns. There are many people in this borough who don't have a roof over their head, and we are providing them affordable homes, and it would be sheepish if we decline or reject these applications.
Right, thank you, Councillor Guru. Councillor Bishnu Guru. Any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Right, I think the resident and ward councillor come together. And they concern about the main point, 3 point, which is that they have raised during this presentation and on the debate. I think most of them is, I believe, is met anyway, because they were asking about the infrastructure, and then the GP is installing their school, also the primary school, secondary school. So I think more or less is answer, and the only thing is that they are asking for the the height. They were concerned for the height, but unfortunately we have to sacrifice on this thing to the benefit of the resident and those people who do not have the roof on their head. And every year is the council housing demanding is increasing. Still there aren't people who has got no place. So on that view, although it is very high, we have to come to the balance and sacrifice on this thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bish. Right, Guy, have you any comments to make?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't come to a conclusion, and that I think there are a couple of questions that come up. I mean, I was interested in what Garrett was saying about the housing list, but I mean, I wonder. I mean, one of the things that I come across every day almost is people who are overcrowded. They're in council accommodation, but they're overcrowded. And one of the things I don't like about this application is that it somewhat, not as severely as sometimes they do, but it somewhat under provides the larger 3-4 bed accommodation, which is what I find is in my mailbox all the time as being a lack. So I'm interested. I don't know whether Garrett can help me with this. When you say people on the list, you're talking about people who don't have anywhere. How many people are on the list for a size upgrade?
So obviously the list takes into account all the people. The list takes into account all residents who have a need for housing. That does include people who have who need a larger bedroom. So I don't actually have the figures with me right now, but I can come back to you on that.
It does take into account overcrowding, I think. And so when you talk, Guy, about people that want some, it does, sometimes it's because there's families of maybe 3 generations all living in one house.
Can I help on the numbers, Chair?
Sorry?
It's Peter Matthew. Can I help on the numbers?
Oh, yes, Peter.
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
didn't realise you were still with us.
Yeah. So just on the numbers. So we currently have 3,350 households on the register for in severe need of housing. And just to put that in context, that has risen from 1,950 in early 2021. So what we are seeing is a growing number of people in severe housing need. And yes, that does include people who are in need of stepping up from overcrowding, because that is classified as homeless. But what we are basically seeing is an escalation in people in severe housing need.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Peter. That's very helpful.
Yeah, have you finished, Guy? Or are you still? So
I think I'll shut up now. I think that was a helpful interaction.
Okay. Colleague Malik, have you got any comments to make?
No further comments.
Okay, thanks, colleague. Councillor Hinamir, do you have any comments?
Chair, thank you. I would like to echo what my fellow councillors have said earlier, many of them, that there is a big need of housing in our borough, though I have read the papers, and the objectors have their concerns and the associations involved. But again, we need to look at the positive side, that how many people are getting rehoused, and they've been waiting from years and years. Like Councillor Chowdhury said, it's a very similar thing in my ward as well. So we need to look at the positive side and move on from here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Kina. Councillor Salman Shaheen.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I mean, I don't think anyone here is disagreeing at all with the absolute need for housing, particularly affordable housing in this borough. A situation is only being exacerbated in recent times, and probably one of the most commendable things about this scheme is that it does provide, in terms of units at least, a considerable amount of housing and a considerable amount of affordable housing. I'm not convinced it's the right type of housing. I don't think it's the right size. A lot of the people who are coming to me in desperate need of rehousing are severely overcrowded, and we haven't got the 3-4 bedroom properties available for them, and they're still stuck in tower blocks on council estates in severe overcrowding. And this scheme, I don't think, is going to answer that necessarily. I don't share all of the objectors' concerns about the aesthetics of the scheme. I'm I'm a modernist in many ways, and I actually think there's a lot that's commendable about the aesthetics of this scheme. I'm concerned about its overlooking of heritage sites, but aesthetically in and of itself, I don't think it's badly designed, except for the height, and I think that is the one concern that hasn't been convincingly answered. I don't see why it has to be at certain points 17 stories. It has not been. I have not been convinced that this is absolutely essential to the development. Not at all. It seems to me that the developers want it to be that high because they want to get as many units out of it as they can. Obviously, that is their right. They want to make it as profitable as possible. And in London, you build up to make as much profit as you can. But it's not just about providing places to live, but it's about providing livability. And I really don't think cramming people into towers is the way to go for that. And finally, the remaining thing that I'm unconvinced on is transport and infrastructure. I've heard everyone argue, officers, the developers, that the transport will be absolutely fine. Well, I mean, I've lived in this area for years. I lived on Twickenham Road for years. Transport's not fine now. It's a transport black hole, that area. The roads are congested, and I really cannot see how cramming this many people this quickly into an area will not cause more problems. So I don't think. I mean, I'm not saying we should be rejecting this scheme out of hand. There's a lot that's commendable in this scheme, but I think it needs working on, and I don't think it's there yet. I really don't.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shaheen. Councillor John Todd.
Yeah, I endorse a lot of what Salman just said there, very sensible. But I'd like to approach it a slightly different way. In 2019, Lily Bath brought a housing strategy to Cabinet and was approved. It's a very interesting document. I printed it out. And it surprisingly emphasised the need for more than one bedroom properties. It says the borough, and we all know it because I'm a very old man, is a very young borough. The huge increase of people coming in who want families. Just to remind you here that the council is buying 164 of these properties, mainly one bedroom. So it's all very well saying there's 700 affordable homes. Who's going to buy those affordable homes? So my comment is this. I think it's a race to the bottom. And why I endorse what Salman said, I'll give you some data which ARCRA gave us. The housing density on this site is 340 homes per hectare, 314. The old civic centre is half that, 178. And the one at Hounslow Cavalry Barracks is 109. So they're packing them in like sardines. And with one bus, the TfL are going to charge them £1,700,000 for 5 years of a bus. When we've already heard tonight the tubes are packed, it makes no difference, and you'll have people of different income and backgrounds isolated on a desert site. I'm sorry, I can't go along with this. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, John. Right. Certainly given it a good airing this evening. And I thank you all for your attendance and your comments. What I'd like to do now is ask if there's any member who'd like to make a proposal.
Yes, Chair, I already had.
Yeah, okay, is that Mel? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, Mel, what's your proposal?
On the home base.
Sorry, can I say we're talking about two different votes here? So
yeah, we are. Yeah,
we talk about home base first. Can I have your proposal?
Yeah, my proposal is that we vote in favour of the home base site, taking into account all the comments that are being made tonight, in the hope that the developer will make some improvements, but I'd like to move approval.
Okay. Is that seconded?
Chair.
Chair.
I don't know who's speaking.
Sorry, you go ahead, Samia.
Sorry, I was just going to come in and I just wanted to second
Okay, so that's Mel is moved and Samia
It's
is
just
second.
a home-based one, what I understand, yeah?
This is home-based one. Yeah. Yeah. So, Salman, were you trying to say something?
I was half expecting Mel, when he began speaking, to move deferral as he normally does. He didn't. Would you accept a movement from deferral from me now, or are you going to have to go to the vote on it straight away?
No, Chair, it's already been moved.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's already been moved.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. Right. Okay. So this is on the home base site. So I'm going to go through the list and ask again for votes for or against down the list. So, Councillor Chowdhury.
Sorry, Chair, can I just interrupt for just 1 second? It's Wendy here, the committee clerk. There is a specific wording that all the members have to use when they vote to confirm that they've been present throughout the whole discussion.
Yeah, I think we've all been there. We know what. So yes, when in saying that you're voting, you must indicate that you've been here for the whole debate. You've heard all of the arguments, and that you are voting in a particular way. Yeah. Yeah. You okay with that?
Yep.
Right. Okay. So I go right. Councillor Samia Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. I have been here listening to the whole debate, and whatever Councillor Collins has said, I'll just echo it before I say if I am in favour or against. I think we might be able to, and we really would like to see the good improvement in the home-based plan, whatever developers and
Can I ask you if you're for or against, please, Samia?
Yes,
The debate is finished.
I am for it, but I was just hoping that you let me add these comments. But that's fine. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Can I go, Councillor Mel Collins?
Yep. I've been present for the whole debate, and I've heard all of the arguments, and I vote in favour of the resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Mel. Councillor Michael Dennis.
My name is Councillor Michael Dennis. I have been present for the whole of the debate, and I'm voting against the resolution.
Right, okay. Councillor Ajmer Gariwal.
Hello, I'm Councillor Ajmer Gariwal, and I've been present for the whole of the debate, heard all the arguments from both sides, and I'm for the recommendation.
Thank you, Ajmer. Councillor Pritam Gariwal.
Hi, Chair. I'm Councillor Pritam Gariwal. I've been here all the time. Listen all to the debate, and I'm voting in favour.
Councillor Shivraj Gariwal.
Yes, Chair. I have been present throughout the debate, and I have heard all the comments, and I vote in favour of the resolution.
Okay. Councillor Bishnu Gurung.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, I'm Councillor Bishnu Gurung from Hanot Park Ward. I have been present whole of the meeting and heard all the debate, and I'm voting for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Guy Lambert.
Hello, I'm Councillor Guy Lambert. I've been present for the whole of the debate, and I vote against the recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Kulik Malik.
Thank you, Chair. I've been present throughout the meeting and I heard all the debate and I'm for it.
Councillor Hinamir.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the whole debate and been present, and I would like to support the report.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Councillor Salman Shaheen.
I'm Councillor Salman Shaheen. I'm here. I'm not a cat. I've been present for the entire debate. And as I say, I don't want this to be thrown out. I would have liked to have moved deferral. so it could be improved. But because I wasn't allowed to, I've got to vote against. I vote against.
Okay. Councillor John Todd.
Yeah, Councillor John Todd from Chiswick Homefield, member of the Planning Committee. I've been here for 5 hours, 28 minutes, listened to every word, and I'm voting against.
5 hours, 29 minutes. Right, that just leaves me. I'm Councillor Richard Foote.
What happened to Councillor Amor?
He had to leave.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Okay.
He got notified of a death in the family that meant he had to leave urgently.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. We're send our condolences, Chair.
He communicated that across, but yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm Councillor Richard Foote, the Vice Chair of this committee, acting Chair to this evening, and I vote in favour of the resolution. Right, so on my count, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4 against. Is that correct? Anybody checking me?
I
that's correct, Chair.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Right, so we now move to the Tesco Osterley site. So I go down the list again, asking you.
Yeah, can you declare the result?
Sorry?
Can you declare what happened there? Passed?
The first one was carried, 9 votes to 4.
Thank you,
so
Chair.
that's on the home base site. Now we now go to the Tesco Osterley site. So do I have anybody moving a resolution on that?
Yes, Chair, I move the resolution for it to be approved.
Okay, thank you, Shivav. Do I have a seconder?
I'll do that, Chair. You do very well.
Okay, right. Okay, so can we move on to the vote? So I go with Councillor Samir Chowdhury first. For or against?
Thank you, Chair. I have been listening to the debate and I was present in the whole meeting. I'll vote for.
Yeah. Councillor Mel Collins.
Yes, Chair. Councillor Mel Collins. I have been present at the whole of the debate, heard all of the arguments, and I'm going to vote for. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mel. Councillor Michael Dennis.
Good evening, Councillor Dennis here. I have been present for the whole debate and I heard all the arguments, and I'm voting for the application.
Right, okay. Councillor Ajmer Gariwal.
Hello, Chair. Thank you. It's Councillor Ajmer Gariwal. I've been here the whole of the debate, heard all the arguments, and I vote for. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pritam Gariwal.
Thank you, Chair. I've been here all the time, listened to the debate, and I vote for.
Okay. Councillor Shivav Gariwal.
Yes, Chair, I've been present throughout the debate. I've heard all the arguments and I vote in favour of the resolution.
Okay. Councillor Bishnu Gurung.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I'm Councillor Bishnu Gurung, member of the Planning Committee and the Hanat Park Ward Councillor. I have been present the whole of the meeting and heard all the debate, and I'm voting for the proposal for.
Thank you, Bish. Right, Councillor Guy Lambert.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Councillor Guy Lambert. I've been present for the whole debate and heard all the arguments, and I'm voting against.
Okay. Right, Councillor Kulik Malik.
Thank you, Chair. I've been present throughout the meeting. I heard all the debate. I'm for it.
Thank you. Councillor Hinamir.
Thank you, Chair. I've been present and listened to the whole debate. I'm voting in favour of the report.
Councillor Salman Shaheen.
I'm Councillor Salman Shaheen. I'm still here, still present, and still against.
Still against. Right, okay. Councillor John Todd.
Yeah, hi, Chair. John Todd, Chiswick Homefield. I've heard every word of the debate and I vote against.
Okay. Right, just leaves me. I'm Councillor Richard Foote, Vice Chair of the Planning Committee, Acting Chair this evening, and I've been present for the whole debate and I'm voting for. So I think if I tally right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
10-3.
9, 10, 4, 3 against. Is that confirmed? 10, 4, 3 against?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
I'm so sorry. I thought it was 10-3, the last one. Just because
I said 10-3.
Yeah.
10-3.
Sorry,
Yep.
I can confirm it's 10-3, the second vote, and the first vote was 9-4.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Dennis, I thought I did say 10-3, but maybe I didn't. Right, okay. Right, well, there's now we've reached the end of the evening, a very long evening. Can I thank you all for your attendance?
Yeah, before you close the meeting, Chair, can I, on behalf of the committee and everybody here present, thank you for your diligence as Chair this evening and for your complete impartiality on all occasions. I think you've handled the meeting with the utmost commendability, if that's a word.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah,
with that.
thank you, Chair.
Nice of you to
Thank
say
you, Chair.
Agreed.
Agreed.
I'll second that, Richard.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Right. Anyway, no, thank you all. And it's been, you know, for what could have been a very fiery, feisty meeting, it's been one of I think of good arguments and sorry, somebody's playing their music. Anyway, I would say I wish you all a pleasant journey home. I think I'm the only one that isn't at home, I think, at the moment. So I've still got to go down to the garage and recover my car and get home.
Sorry, Chair, it's Wendy. You've still got one item on the agenda. Hate to be the bad guy to say it, but you've got the update report. It's just for noting. I'm sure all the members have read it.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Noted.
Where are we? Hang on, let me get my agenda. Oh, sorry, yeah, the addendum report. Oh, yes, yeah, I did see the update, yes. Yes. Is there anything for us to do on it? I can't remember.
Noted.
Just noted, Chair.
Yeah, just noted.
Noted.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Good night.
And all
Thank
stay
you.
well.
Good night all.
Thank you.
Any other business, Chair? Yeah.